Chapter 2191. That's right, the Golden Lion King has nothing to do with me. The eighth prince also opened his mouth. The crown prince coldly snorted. What does it have to do with you? The Golden Lion King has already disappeared. What do you think it has to do with you? Brat, you were the one who fought the Golden Lion King. We don't know what happened in the end. Where did you take him? The moment he said that, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. Even the Empress and the Emperor turned to look at him. There was nothing they could do. The Golden Lion King was too important. If they lost him, they wouldn't be able to answer to the war race. What's there to say? He lost, and I left. How would I know what would happen next? Lin Xian sneered. I guess he lost, and didn't have the face to stay here. Maybe he left the palace long ago. That's right. Maybe he found a place to hide. He might even have left. Duan Qingqing also said. Impossible. The crown prince coldly snorted. There was a record of anyone who left the palace. No one was an exception. No matter how strong the Golden Lion King was, it was impossible for him to leave the palace quietly. However, the experts guarding the palace didn't find any record of the Golden Lion King leaving. This meant that the Golden Lion King didn't leave at all. The entire palace has been searched by us. We didn't find the Golden Lion King's whereabouts. Then tell me, where is he? The crown prince's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Lin Xian. The others were also discussing. Some people even guessed that the Golden Lion King might still be in the space of the second stage. That was impossible. He was the crown prince's man. If the crown prince was teleported out, he must have been teleported out as well. That might not be the case. There was an exception. What's the situation? Someone asked. However, a royal elder said in a deep voice, killed. The people who died in there wouldn't be teleported out. What? Killed. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their scalps were numb. The Golden Lion King was killed? How was that possible? Who had the guts to kill the Golden Lion King? Everyone was dumbfounded and started discussing spiritedly. The eighth prince's side was also shocked. Many people looked at Lin Xian, and even the eighth prince turned his head. Brother Lin? To be honest, he was also extremely shocked. Before this, he had never thought in this direction. That was because he knew that Lin Xian was a smart person. He naturally knew the consequences of killing the Golden Lion King. Therefore, he did not believe that Lin Xian had killed him. But now, the Golden Lion King did not appear at all. And there was only one reason why it did not appear. Therefore, he was also very confused and could only look at Lin Xian. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin, she looked at the crown prince and coldly spoke. How strong was the war race's genius? How could he be killed by him? Or are you saying that you've been eliminated and have no chance of becoming the crown prince? And now you want to take revenge and frame me? The crown prince was furious. The king realm experts on the crown prince's side also stared at Lin Xian, killing intent surging in their eyes. The crown prince sneered. Take revenge on you? I have plenty of ways to take revenge on you. Any peerless almighty would be able to kill you. Do you think I will use such a method? That might not be the case. Using a king realm expert is not good for your reputation. If you use such a method, you can get rid of me and also rope in the war race. Why not? Lin Xian sneered. At the side, the eighth prince also said in a deep voice, Boss, don't talk nonsense without evidence. Old eight, do you dare to lecture me now? The crown prince was furious. As for the eighth prince, he coldly snorted. Why not? I am the crown prince. The crown prince was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The word crown prince was like a sharp sword that pierced his heart, driving him crazy. Although he was the crown prince and was the son of the empress, he was still just a prince. And now, the eighth prince opposite him had obtained the position of crown prince. He was the future ruler of the Tai dynasty, and his status was higher than his. However, he could not accept it. A little prince that he had stepped on before was now stepping on his head. How could he accept it? However, the eighth prince sneered. Lin Xian is the genius that I invited, and now he has helped me obtain the position of crown prince. He is my benefactor. Whoever dares to slander him, don't blame me for being impolite. At this point, the eighth prince's eyes were gloomy as he looked around. Immediately, many King Realm experts shut their mouths and did not even dare to look at him. It could not be helped. The eighth prince's status was different now. Now, the eighth prince had obtained the final victory. He had obtained the position of crown prince and was about to become the real crown prince. And in the future, he would be the ruler of the Tai dynasty. He was the ruler of the world. If they went against him now, they would be courting death. Therefore, many people were silent for a while. On the other hand, the crown prince's face was gloomy. The empress was also gritting her teeth. She realized that the Golden Lion King might really die in there. To her, this was absolutely shocking news, because the Golden Lion King was the genius of the war tribe that she had invited. If he was really killed here, she would not be able to explain it to the war tribe. Therefore, in the next moment, she turned around and looked at the emperor. The emperor's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. After all, the Golden Lion King's identity was very important. Therefore, he immediately sent a few elders into the space of the second stage. They were to find the whereabouts of the Golden Lion King. As for you, the emperor looked at Lin Xian. Stay in the palace for a few days. When the matter is clear, you can leave. All right, hurry up and get to work. After saying that, the emperor waved his dragon robe and turned into a flash of light, disappearing from the palace. On the other side, the empress also snorted coldly. She rolled up her phoenix robe and left as well. The other elders of the royal family also gathered together to discuss how to enter the second stage and search. As for the remaining people, they left one after another. When the third prince passed by Lin Xian and the eighth prince, he snorted coldly. There was a trace of gloating in his eyes. The crown prince stared at Lin Xian. Brat, the Golden Lion King, is really dead. Even if you die 100 times, you won't be able to quell your anger. Ridiculous. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was too lazy to reply. The eighth prince's face was gloomy. Then he said, Brother Lin, stay here for now. When the matter is clear, everything will be fine. Next, the eighth prince arranged for Lin Xian to stay in the palace. The others did not leave either. They stayed in another place, in the palace of the eighth prince. Although the eighth prince had won and was about to become the crown prince, the atmosphere was very solemn. However, at that moment, these people's moods were somewhat heavy. They had never expected such a thing to happen. The Golden Lion King had actually disappeared. Chapter 2192. He didn't expect that the matter of the Golden Lion King would arouse suspicion so quickly. If those elders entered the space of the second stage, they would definitely be able to find clues. At that time, the news of the Golden Lion King's death would also spread. If that was the case, the forces led by the first prince would definitely not let him go. They might even capture him and send him to the war race for punishment. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's gaze was somewhat gloomy. Although he was powerful, he wasn't arrogant enough to cause trouble in the Tai dynasty's palace. There were a bunch of peerless almighties and even invincible kings. Although he was powerful, he couldn't fight against so many people. However, if he forced his way in now, he could leave with the Black Earth while no one was paying attention. But then he would lose the baptism of the dragon's aura. One had to know that the reason why Lin Xian helped the eighth prince obtain the position of crown prince was for the baptism of the dragon's aura. But fortunately, he had a trick up his sleeve. He brought the remaining half of the Golden Lion King's corpse into the Black Earth, and it was now in his hands. When those people entered, they could only find the remnant aura and couldn't find the corpse at all. In other words, they only suspected him at most, but there was no direct evidence. However, this didn't mean that these people wouldn't make a move on him. How to deal with the time difference was still a problem. At the very least, he had to be baptized by the dragon's aura before leaving. While Lin Xian was thinking about how to escape on the other side in the Empress Phoenix Palace, a group of strategists was also troubled. Among them, the first prince sat there with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that the eighth prince would obtain the final victory. "Mother, what should we do?" The Empress' eyes flickered. She also didn't expect the final result. Moreover, there was an even more troublesome matter in front of her now. That was the disappearance of the Golden Lion King. How was she going to explain this to the war race? However, at this moment, a very tall and sturdy middle-aged man wearing red battle armor stood up. He said, "Sister, you don't have to worry. This matter may not be a bad thing for us." What did he say? The Empress looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and frowned. This person was her younger brother. His strength was very strong. He was a peerless almighty. That's right, Uncle. The Golden Lion King's position in the war race is extremely high. That's right. Now that he's killed, the battle race's fury will definitely burn our side. Indeed, it will affect us. However, we are not the ones bearing the brunt of it. Don't forget that we were not the ones who killed the Golden Lion King. You mean? The Empress's eyes flickered, while the burly middle-aged man sneered. That's right, the eighth prince. Right now, the royal elders had already entered to search for the Golden Lion King. If they could find the corpse, that would be great. They could directly prove that it was the eighth prince's subordinate, Lin Xian, who killed the Golden Lion King. If they couldn't find the Golden Lion King's corpse, then it was fine, because they couldn't find the Golden Lion King anywhere. This meant that the other party was undoubtedly killed. It was to the extent where even the corpse was destroyed. This would make the war race even more furious. Therefore, no matter what, the murderer was Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he was the eighth prince's subordinate. We only need to sow discord, and the war race's fury will burn Lin Xian's body. It might even affect the eighth prince. If we let the eighth prince fight against the war race, sister, think about it. What kind of scene would that be? I even think that the eighth prince might not even be able to become the crown prince in the end. Don't forget, the war race is a legendary race. A prince who hasn't become the crown prince has completely offended such a race. How could our emperor let him become the crown prince? At that time, the eighth prince would be deposed. Then the crown prince would naturally become the crown prince. Really, hearing this, the empress was overjoyed. The crown prince was even more excited. That's great. As long as he could kill the eighth prince, he would definitely be able to become the crown prince. However, he soon frowned. Uncle, although this method sounds good, it's actually very difficult to execute. The eighth prince is not an idiot. He won't foolishly go against the war race. It doesn't matter. There are some things that he can't avoid, even if he doesn't want to. After all, this matter was related to him. As long as the war race's fury came, the eighth prince would have no choice but to resist. Leave this matter to me. All right, I'll leave it to you. The empress nodded. After all, the middle-aged man in front of her was her younger brother and the crown prince's uncle. She believed that he could definitely help them. It was late at night. The eighth prince hadn't slept yet. Lin Xian hadn't slept either. He came to the eighth prince's study and gently knocked on the door. "Brother Lin, it's you?" Seeing that it was Lin Xian, the eighth prince was a little surprised. He opened the door and let Lin Xian in. Then he said, "It's so late. Why are you looking for me?" "Don't worry, Brother Lin. Although this matter is a little strange, I won't let those people hurt you without evidence." Lin Xian smiled. Then he asked, "Crown Prince, I want to ask, How long until the baptism of the dragon aura starts? 3 days. 3 days later, you will be baptized by the dragon aura, the 8th prince said. The 8th prince sighed. According to the previous rules, I will be baptized by the dragon aura in 3 days. Then within a year, I will worship the heavens and become the crown prince. Although there are some accidents now, the process shouldn't change. Don't worry, Brother Lin. You are my great benefactor. Without you, I wouldn't be able to become the crown prince. 3 days. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It wasn't too late. However, he asked again, how long will it take for the royal elder to come back from the secondary space? It was hard to say. It depended on whether they found the Golden Lion King or found some key clues. Brother Lin, what happened to the Golden Lion King? Why did he disappear? The 8th prince was also very confused. Lin Xian looked at the 8th prince with flickering eyes. Then he raised his hand, and a formation covered the entire study. Brother Lin, you... Seeing this scene, the 8th prince was shocked. However, he wasn't too worried. He realized that this was just a set of defensive needle techniques to prevent others from probing. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I have killed the Golden Lion King. What? Hearing this, the 8th prince trembled. His face was full of shock. He couldn't believe it at all. What did you say? You killed the Golden Lion King? Shocked. He was simply too shocked. That was the Golden Lion King. It was incomparably terrifying. Even they didn't dare to offend it. After all, the war tribe was very mysterious, and the Golden Lion King was a genius of the war tribe. If he suffered any losses, the war tribe would probably go crazy. You didn't hear it wrong. I killed the Golden Lion King. There was no need to talk about the specific process. In short, this was the result. Chapter 2193. You didn't hear wrongly. I killed the Golden Lion King. There's no need to talk about the specific process. In short, this is the result, Lin Xian said. However, do you know what the consequences of killing the Golden Lion King will be? The 8th prince's face was pale. Until now, he still hasn't recovered. I naturally thought of the consequences. However, I have a reason to kill him. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. 8th prince, I don't want to drag you down with me. However, I hope you can help me. Speak. The 8th prince took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Lin Xian said, I must participate in the baptism of dragon aura in 3 days. If the first prince and the others obstruct me at that time, I hope you can help me fight against them. Don't worry. Once I get the aura of dragon aura, I will immediately leave the palace and announce it to the public. The Golden Lion King was called a war god by me. It has nothing to do with you. This way, it won't threaten your position as the crown prince. Brother Lin. Hearing this, the 8th prince was very surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would want to protect him. This was really out of his expectations. In the next moment, the 8th prince said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, what kind of person do you think I am? You helped me get the position of the crown prince. I'm not that kind of person. Don't worry. I will definitely fight for you for the baptism of dragon aura in 3 days. Moreover, I will do my best to help you leave the palace safely. Although I can't fight against the war race directly, my status is different now. With my status as the crown prince, I can mobilize more resources to help you. At least, I can resist the first prince. Lin Xian and the 8th prince discussed for a while. Then, they turned and left. After Lin Xian left, the 8th prince calmed down. After a while, he shouted coldly, Someone! Yes! A ghostly figure appeared in the air, and appeared in the study. He half knelt on the ground, and was very respectful. Did many elders come to visit these few days? Tell them that I will summon them tomorrow. Yes, the figure once again turned into green smoke and disappeared into the void of space. The 8th prince's eyes flickered. The war clan, the first prince, was truly a powerful force. It seems that I really need to contact a group of elders and princes. The next 2 days were very quiet. It was because everybody was waiting for the elders who had entered the secondary space to send back messages. However, for some reason, 2 days had passed, and there was still no news. On the third day, the entire palace began to bustle with activity. This was because today was the day that the baptism of the Tao of Dragons would begin. This was also the most exciting moment for all the powerful beings. The reason why they supported the princes at all costs, even putting their lives on the line, was for this final baptism of the Tao of Dragons. This was no ordinary Dragon Tao aura, but the Dragon Tao aura formed by the Tai dynasty's dragon vein. It contained incomparably mysterious and surging power. If they could receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons, their strength and physique would definitely rise to a whole new level. Lin Xian was also extremely excited. During this period of time, as he cultivated and absorbed all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he had already reached the late-stage 6-star king realm. However, it would be very difficult for him to rise further. This was because many people had spent hundreds or even thousands of years without making a breakthrough. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the amount of energy required to do so was. However, today was an opportunity. If he could receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons and absorb the powerful energy inside, his strength and cultivation would definitely rise to a whole new level. It was even possible for him to take the opportunity to make a breakthrough. On a square in the palace, there were runes engraved all over, emitting a mysterious light. At this moment, many princes had gathered there, as well as many powerful beings, kings, and geniuses. This was the place where the baptism of the Tao of Dragons would take place. The first prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the other princes were all there. The kings behind them were all very excited. Although they had failed, they could still receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons. Of course, the only difference was the amount. The number of Tao of Dragons obtained by those who succeeded would definitely far exceed theirs. Moreover, the distribution of the Tao of Dragons was based on contribution. Whoever contributed the most in the battle for the position of Crown Prince would be able to claim the most Tao of Dragon Chi. Therefore, the group that received the most Tao of Dragons was naturally the kings around the 8th prince. Among the almighty kings around the 8th prince, the one who enjoyed the most was naturally Lin Xian. It could not be helped because Lin Xian's contribution was too great. He had single-handedly turned the situation around. Moreover, he had successfully eliminated the first prince, allowing the 8th prince to obtain the final victory. No one could compare to such a contribution. Therefore, he was naturally assigned to the Tao of Dragon Aura in the first place. However, when Lin Xian wanted to take the number 1 spot, the first prince stepped out. He snorted coldly. He was still a very important suspect and was not qualified to receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons. That's right, 8th prince. The others can, but not this kid. The 3rd prince also stepped out to stop him. The other princes were silent at the side. They did not participate in the battle. Firstly, they did not dare to offend the 8th prince. Secondly, they did not dare to offend the first prince. Therefore, it was better for them to watch the battle between the two from the side. Not allowed. Why not? The 8th prince also snorted coldly. He had already guessed that these people would stop him. Now, it seemed that he was right. He was the suspect of killing the Golden Lion King. Do you think he is qualified to enter? The 3rd prince sneered. The 8th prince said in a deep voice, "So what if he is a suspect? Is there a rule in the Tai dynasty that says that suspects are not allowed to receive the baptism of the Tao of Dragons? You are twisting words and forcing logic." The 3rd prince snorted coldly. The 8th prince was also angry. 3rd prince, watch your attitude. I am now the future crown prince. Humph! Hearing this, The third prince was so angry that his face darkened. However, he did not dare to openly provoke him anymore. After all, his opponent's status was different now. He was no longer on the same level as him. Instead, he was above him. The third prince snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and retreated. The first prince stepped out and sneered. "What? You think you can show off after winning the second round? Don't forget that you are only the future crown prince, not the real crown prince. What's there to be arrogant about? In the end, it's not certain whether you can become the crown prince or not." Hearing this, the surrounding kings were shocked. The princes also gasped. What did their boss mean? Could it be that he still had a chance to turn the tables? Chapter 2194. Hearing this, the surrounding kings were shocked. The princes also gasped. What did their boss mean? Could it be that he still had a chance to turn the tables? Everyone was dumbfounded and could not believe it. Logically speaking, the first prince had lost and had no chance of becoming the crown prince. However, the first prince's tone was very arrogant, and he even dared to provoke the eighth prince. And what exactly was the trick behind all of this? They did not know. However, the eighth prince vaguely guessed it. His face was gloomy. "Boss, I advise you not to play tricks behind our backs. You have no chance of becoming the crown prince. So, you'd better be a good prince. Otherwise, when the time comes for the conferment, you won't even be a prince." The eighth prince's voice had a hint of coldness. After hearing this, the other princes felt their scalps tingle. Even the third prince's eyelids twitched. The eighth prince's words were laced with menace. It seemed that the eighth prince was really angry. The other princes were also silent. They decided that they would not stand out and participate in the battle for the position of crown prince. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. The first prince flew into a rage, threatening him. How dare the other party threaten him? He was about to go crazy with anger. Previously, when there was no crown prince, he had always been the boss and was above everyone else. Moreover, he was the son of the empress, so his status was higher than the other princes. Usually, no one dared to go against him. But now, the eighth prince, who had always been under his feet, dared to openly threaten him. He could not tolerate it. He was about to go crazy with anger. However, the kings on the side quickly reminded the first prince not to do anything. "First prince, there will be plenty of time in the future. Let's think about it at length. Once the news from the secondary space comes back, we can contact the war tribe and take action." "Humph! Let him be arrogant for 2 more days. I'll see how he dies then." The first prince snorted coldly. On the other side, the eighth prince withdrew his gaze and looked behind him. "Brother Lin, please." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and took the lead to walk forward. Daoist Long, Duan Qingqing, and the others followed behind him. Apart from them, the first prince, the third prince, and all the other princes, as well as the king realm experts behind them, all walked forward and prepared to be baptized by the Tao of Dragon Aura. Lin Xian walked at the very front and came to the centermost area before sitting down with his legs crossed. The others had been sitting beside him, facing him from the inside out. The closer one got to the center, the denser the Tao of Dragon Aura. The closer one got to the edge, the scarcer the aura of the Tao of Dragon became. These positions were determined based on battle merits and contributions. After the sequence was arranged, a few elders from the royal family walked out and quickly activated the array. The ground below trembled as dragon roars rang out. It was as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. Lin Xian's heart also trembled. He could feel a surge of energy surging up from the ground. It was as if a true dragon was rapidly awakening. What a powerful force! Lin Xian was shocked and overjoyed at the same time. This force was enough for him to make a breakthrough. Without any hesitation, he used the art of longevity as if he had gone mad and quickly absorbed it. The others were also overjoyed and absorbed the power of the Tao of Dragon Aura. Dragon-shaped phantoms appeared on these people's bodies and quickly coiled around them. The dragon-shaped phantoms on Lin Xian's body were the most powerful. They were like giant dragons coiling around his body. The other princes watched and waited at the side. This lasted for a day and a night. After a day and a night, the Tao of Dragon Aura disappeared. Everyone opened their eyes and were overjoyed. Some even broke through directly. Moreover, there were many of them. Waves of powerful energy tore through the void and rushed into the clouds. These people were all overjoyed. At this moment, whether it was the veteran powerhouses or the young geniuses, they all exclaimed. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. However, the third prince in the distance sneered. What a piece of trash. After absorbing so much Tao of Dragon Aura, he still hasn't made a breakthrough. That's right. Although Lin Xian's aura was stronger than before, he hadn't made a breakthrough. This made many people surprised. The third prince sneered in disdain. In his opinion, Lin Xian's talent wasn't very good. He didn't know why he was so strong. Facing the puzzled gazes of these people, Lin Xian ignored them. He quickly got up and came to the eighth prince's side. Then he said, I'll go back first. The eighth prince was also puzzled. Why didn't Lin Xian make a breakthrough? Even Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei had reached the peak of 6-star King Realm. Lin Xian's aura was still at the late stage of 6-star King Realm. Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation? But that shouldn't be the case. There was no way to hide one's cultivation when breaking through. The eighth prince couldn't figure it out. However, Lin Xian had already left. He returned to his residence, opened the array, and sealed the room. Then he entered the black earth. Help me look outside. I'm going to make a breakthrough. Lin Xian instructed and sat down cross-legged. He wasn't a piece of trash, and it wasn't that he hadn't made a breakthrough. Instead, he had suppressed it. Lin Xian didn't want to make a breakthrough in front of everyone because the dragon aura he had absorbed this time was too strong. If it weren't for the mysterious longevity art, he wouldn't have been able to suppress it at all. Therefore, when he released his power, a powerful aura swept out. Fortunately, the black earth was extremely strong. Even an invincible almighty couldn't break it. Therefore, although Lin Xian's breakthrough was terrifying, it couldn't affect the black earth. Half a day later, an extremely terrifying aura surged from Lin Xian's body. He opened his eyes, and his gaze instantly pierced through the void. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also exclaimed, Kid, you've broken through and become an almighty. That's right. Lin Xian had broken through from the late stage of 6-star King Realm to 7-star King Realm. This definitely surpassed the breakthrough of everyone outside. If news of this spread out, it would definitely shock the group of people outside to death. 7-star King Realm, which was the almighty realm, Lin Xian had finally stepped into this realm. Not only had his cultivation broken through, but his strength had also increased exponentially. In the past, when he was a 6-star king, he already had the combat strength of a peak almighty. Now that he had broken through to the almighty realm, his combat strength had definitely reached the level of a peerless almighty. Ordinary almighties wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. Even peak almighties weren't his match. Only peerless almighties could contend with him now. Great with a breakthrough in strength, it should be easier to deal with the war race in the future. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. His current combat strength was still at the level of a peerless almighty. Even if he faced the war race, he wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 2195. His current combat strength was still at the level of a peerless mighty figure. Even if he faced the war race, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, he still had a trump card, and that was the Heaven Stage Treasure Sword. During this period of time, Lin Xian had been asking the dark red divine dragon to study a set of array formations that was to seal the power of the Heaven Stage treasure sword as long as it was sharp. Under normal circumstances, using the Heaven Stage treasure sword would take away half of Lin Xian's energy. Even if he broke through now, he probably wouldn't be able to use it too many times. However, if the power of the Heaven Stage ancient sword was sealed, it would no longer absorb so much energy. However, the material and sharpness of the Heaven Stage treasure sword would be preserved. It would definitely be a divine weapon. It was most suitable for Lin Xian to use now. The dark red divine dragon thought for a few days and finally came up with a formation, so he sealed the Heaven Stage ancient sword again. This process lasted for another day. All right, kid, you can use it now. Its sharpness definitely surpasses that of an Earth Stage treasure. Moreover, you don't need to consume too much energy now. Of course, its power can't be compared to a true Heaven Stage treasure sword, but it can definitely crush an Earth Stage treasure. Also, if it really doesn't work, you can unlock the seal when you're in danger and unleash the power of the Heaven Stage treasure sword. However, you can use it as a trump card. This is great. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had another trump card. To be honest, although the war race was powerful, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. After all, he had many cards in his hand. As long as he wasn't surrounded by many peerless experts, he could deal with them. In the next moment, Lin Xian took out a few medium-grade Earth Stage treasures and threw them into the air. Then, he waved the Heaven Stage ancient sword. Buzz. Crack. With a swing of the sword, those medium-grade Earth Stage treasures were directly cut in half. So sharp, Lin Xian was shocked. He took out another high-grade Earth Stage treasure and found that it was also cut in half. Only a peak Earth Stage treasure could contend against it. However, after many attacks, cracks appeared on it. Great. With this divine weapon, Lin Xian's combat strength had increased again. After absorbing the Tao of Dragon Aura and becoming a mighty figure, Lin Xian decided to leave. But the only pity was that he hadn't investigated much about the nest of 10,000 dragons. At the very least, he knew that the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't in the Tai dynasty. However, he had to leave the palace first. Once he was outside, he would think of a way. Lin Xian left as soon as he said so. He did not intend to delay. He exited the Black Earth and decided to bid farewell to the 8th prince. However, just as Lin Xian was halfway there, a low and melodious bell rang out from the imperial palace. Like muffled thunder, it spread throughout the entire imperial palace. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, all the powerful cultivators in the palace opened their eyes. In particular, the expressions of the royal family elders changed. Oh no, something big has happened. Hurry to the Grand Imperial Hall. The loud sound of the bell shocked everyone in the imperial palace. Many figures soared into the sky and turned into rainbows, flying towards the Grand Imperial Hall. At this moment, it was not only the elders of the imperial family. Even the princes and the almighty kings beside them were rushing over. At the same time, they were discussing animatedly. What would happen at this time? Needless to say, it must be news from the secondary space. Do you mean news about the Golden Lion King? It must be. Moreover, it wasn't good news. Otherwise, it wouldn't have activated the Celestial Emperor Bell, which was only activated during major events. Could it be that something had happened to the Golden Lion King? Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb. Let's go and take a look. While discussing this, they sped up. Lin Xian also frowned. He could naturally guess that this matter should have something to do with the Golden Lion King. However, it was too much of a coincidence. Just as he was about to leave, the news came back. Oh, isn't this Prodigy Lin? Why is he still standing here? A sneer came from behind. Lin Xian frowned and turned around. only to find that it was the third prince flying over with his men. Prodigy Lin, the news of the Golden Lion King has come back. Don't you want to hear it? Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. The third prince sneered. I advise you to listen obediently. However, don't think about escaping. The entire imperial city is under martial law now. Even peerless almighties can't escape, let alone you. Ha ha! Speaking of this, the third prince laughed wildly. A trace of malevolence appeared in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and left quickly with his men. Looking at the third prince's back, Lin Xian's face was gloomy and his eyes flickered. However, the other party also warned him that he must not go to the Grand Imperial Hall. Thinking about it, with the divine abilities of the royal family elders, they should be able to determine that the Golden Lion King was killed. If he went there now, he would be walking into a trap. In the Grand Imperial Hall, there were no less than 10 peerless almighties, or even more. If the sage came, then he and Lin Xian would have no chance of escaping. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to leave the imperial palace immediately. He originally wanted to say goodbye to the 8th prince, but now it seemed that there was no chance. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure flickered and flew into the distance. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon, telling it to be ready at all times. There must be a powerful array formation in the imperial palace for defense. When the time came, he would have to break the array formation. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave the imperial palace on the other side, the Grand Imperial Hall was already packed with people. The imperial elders, almighties, peerless geniuses, and the princes were all gathered in the hall. The empress and the sage were also there. In front of the hall stood 3 elders with gloomy and solemn expressions. They were the 3 people who went to the secondary space to look for the Golden Lion King. At this moment, they had returned and brought back news. However, it wasn't good news. Looking at their expressions, everyone could guess a thing or two. However, they still couldn't be sure. At this moment, an imperial elder asked, "What's the situation?" "Yes, we're all here. Elder, please tell us." A burly middle-aged man, wearing battle armor, said in a clear voice. He was really the first prince's uncle. The 3 elders looked around, then turned around and looked forward. "Your Majesty, the matter has been investigated. Speak." The sage nodded and said in a deep voice. The 3 elders looked at each other, and the oldest of them walked out and said in a deep voice, "We've arrived at the place where the Golden Lion King and Lin Xian had their final battle. We didn't find a corpse there." No corpse? Hearing this, many people heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the first prince frowned. What's going on? Could it be that the Golden Lion King isn't dead? This was completely different from what they had expected. Chapter 2196. However, the elder in front said again, although the corpse was not found, according to the blood at the scene and the remnant aura, the Golden Lion King should have been killed. In fact, even their corpses were gone. What? The Golden Lion King was killed. Not even his bones were left. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This news was like a bolt from the blue, making them dizzy. Those powerful experts swallowed their saliva. The surrounding princes were also shocked. Killed. He was really killed. The third prince was also shocked. However, a sinister smile appeared on his face soon after. That's great. That brat is definitely dead. He killed the Golden Lion King. The war tribe will definitely not let him go. On the first prince's side, a pleased smile appeared on his face. This was great. Things went according to plan. The Golden Lion King was killed. Next, they only needed to capture Lin Xian. That would be enough. At that time, they would sow discord and make the war tribe and the 8th prince become enemies. After using the war tribe to kill the 8th prince, he would become the crown prince. The eighth prince's face was cold, and his eyes were serious. He had known about this news for a long time. However, he did not expect the whole world to know about it so quickly. Behind him, Daoist Long, the lord of the underworld, Duan Qingqing, and other powerful experts sucked in a breath of cold air. They were extremely shocked. It couldn't be. Lin Xian really killed the Golden Lion King? This guy was too crazy. Discussions broke out one after another. However, at this moment, the first prince stood out. He pointed to the right side of the hall and shouted coldly, "Eighth prince, where is Lin Xian? Hand him over. Hand him over, capture him, and send him to the war tribe." He was truly audacious and didn't know what death was. He even dared to kill a genius of the war tribe. He must be tired of living. Cold shouts could be heard. The people on the first prince's side were aggressive and wanted to force the eighth prince. In fact, it was not only the first prince. At this moment, everyone in the Grand Imperial Hall looked at the eighth prince. It wasn't just the elders of the royal family. Even the empress and the emperor were looking over. Daoist Long, Duan Qingqing, and the others looked anxious. Were they really going to hand over Lin Xian? If that happened, Lin Xian would definitely die. The eighth prince was also bewildered. He did not know whether Lin Xian had left or not. However, he was now praying that they wouldn't come to the Grand Imperial Hall. If they came, they would die without a doubt. If he hadn't come, the situation might have taken a turn for the better. Seeing that the eighth prince was silent, the first prince snorted again. "Eighth prince, stop struggling. Hurry up and hand over Lin Xian. What could it be that you want to protect this murderer? Yes, hand over Lin Xian. Eighth prince, don't hesitate. This person is the war clan's mortal enemy. If we shield him, it might cause the war clan to be dissatisfied." Sounds of discussion could be heard. The eighth prince coldly snorted, "I did not see Lin Xian." "Didn't see it? How is that possible? That Lin Xian is your man." The first prince sneered. "Boss, you should be clear. Now that the battle for the position of crown prince is over, it is up to Lin Xian to decide whether to stay or leave." "I don't know." "Of course, it's normal." The eighth prince also snorted. However, at this time, the third prince stood out and sneered. "It can't be. I saw that kid on the way here." However, that kid's expression was not very good. Perhaps he knew that the matter of him killing the Golden Lion King was exposed. Right now, he might be secretly trying to escape somewhere. What? Lin Xian wanted to escape? Hearing this, everyone was stirred up again. They searched the entire Grand Imperial Hall and found that there was no sign of Lin Xian. However, the third prince smiled again. "Don't worry, the palace is already under martial law. Even supreme experts can't escape, let alone that kid. The palace is already under martial law." Those experts were shocked. The royal elders were also silent. The palace was indeed under martial law. It was impossible for that kid to escape. Boom. Just as the third prince finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion came from afar. It was as if 100,000 golden lightning bolts had descended. Then the entire palace shook violently. Even the Grand Imperial Hall was shaking, as if there was an earthquake. What's going on? Someone is attacking the palace. Everyone's expression changed. The royal elders and the princes were also shocked. They had never seen such a thing in their lives. This is the palace. Who dares to behave atrociously here? The emperor's face darkened. He shouted coldly, and a majestic force surged out. Immediately, the Grand Imperial Hall was stabilized. Not only that, but there were also peerless experts suppressing the entire palace, preventing it from trembling. However, the explosions outside were still going on. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. The first prince and the others rushed out of the Grand Imperial Hall and looked into the distance. The remaining people also followed him out one after another. In the distance, several figures flew over and landed quickly. They knelt on one knee and cupped their fists. The defensive array formation had been destroyed, and that brat Lin Xian had escaped. What? Lin Xian escaped? Everyone was stunned. Although the guard's voice wasn't loud, it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in their minds. Everyone was stunned, especially the third prince and the first prince. They were dumbfounded. They had previously said that even supreme experts could not escape. That kid had no chance of escaping. But now he had escaped in the blink of an eye. This was a slap to their faces in public. Moreover, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could that kid escape? The third prince was about to go crazy. This was completely beyond his understanding. Could it be that the other party was a supreme expert, or did someone secretly help him? The eighth prince was also shocked, although he also hoped that Lin Xian would leave quickly. He was also shocked when he heard the news. It would appear that Lin Xian had not left stealthily. Instead, he had forcibly broken through the spirit formation's defenses before leaving. That was the array formation of the imperial palace. Even supreme experts could not break it. How did he do it? Damn it, chase him. Chase him. We must catch that kid. The first prince was so angry that he stomped his feet. Immediately, many powerhouses soared into the sky. The empress also narrowed her eyes and secretly signaled to the others. A few of the royal elders who supported the first prince stepped forward. Their expressions were cold as they quickly flew into the sky. They formed hand seals with their palms, and huge palms that covered the sky appeared in the sky. They covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles and quickly enveloped the area. The supreme experts had attacked, and there were 3 of them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that they were really going to make a move. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because the expressions of the 3 supreme experts changed, and they retracted their palms. In the sky, the huge palms that covered tens of thousands of miles collapsed into pieces. They were shattered. How was that possible? These people were all crazy. That was a peerless, almighty figure. 3 supreme experts had attacked at the same time. Chapter 2197. Those people were crazy. Those were supreme mighty figures. Moreover, 3 supreme mighty figures had attacked at the same time. How could Lin Xian resist them? However, the result was beyond their expectations. The 3 sky-covering hands were instantly torn into pieces. What kind of power could cause such a thing? How did that kid do it? Wasn't he just a 6-star king? Impossible! The empress also exclaimed in shock, and her expression became extremely ugly. At the side, the emperor's gaze was gloomy. He was also angry. However, he did not make a move. He had no choice. He was the ruler of a country, an invincible king. How could he attack a 6-star king? Even if he could capture the other party, he would become a laughingstock if word got out. The subordinates naturally knew that. Therefore, at that moment, the empress' younger brother, General Xianying, stepped forward. He quickly said, "Your Majesty, let me lead the troops to capture this thief." "All right." The emperor nodded slightly. General Xianying immediately turned around and soared into the sky. At the same time, more than 10 figures quickly soared into the sky from the palace in the distance. They left the palace and charged into the distance. The others quickly followed. To be honest, they also wanted to see what kind of means Lin Xian had used to cause such a terrifying attack. When they left the palace, they were stunned. There was a huge hole in the incomparably profound array in front of them. It had been blasted into pieces. Could it be that this was caused by that brat, Lin Xian? That was too terrifying. How did he do it? Everyone gasped. The third prince and the others quickly rushed over. They wanted to see how Lin Xian was doing. Actually, This was what had happened. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to break the array. However, after thinking about it, he reckoned that after the news was exposed, the people of the royal family would definitely go crazy and hunt him down. Therefore, he decided to use the Black Earth to break the array by force. Lin Xian went to the edge of the imperial palace and summoned the Black Earth. Then, he used all the natural treasures he had, as well as those divine crystals, to launch the Black Earth's powerful attack. An earth-shattering beam of light blasted onto the mysterious formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The imperial palace's array was very strong. Even a peerless almighty couldn't open it. However, the might of the Black Earth was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian didn't hesitate to use the natural treasures and divine crystals in his possession. That was why the resulting attacks were extremely terrifying, already surpassing those of exceptional powerhouses. It directly blasted open the array formation in front of them. This scene caused an uproar in the entire imperial palace. Even the surrounding imperial palace warriors and guards were all stunned. They wanted to block it, but the shock waves from the explosion sent them flying. Lin Xian entered the Black Earth, passed through the shattered formation, and flew into the distance. However, this was the imperial palace after all. Even though those guards were sent flying, those peerless almighties hidden within the imperial palace soared into the air and chased after them rapidly. 5 to 6 almighties instantly flew out and crazily attacked the Black Earth. However, the result was beyond their expectations. Because their attacks had no effect at all. There wasn't even a crack. The Black Earth was incomparably hard and shook off all the attacks. How was that possible? What kind of treasure was that? How could it be so terrifying? The peerless almighties behind them were stunned. Inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored them. He once again injected a large amount of energy and used many divine crystals as energy. On the surface of the Black Earth, mysterious runes bloomed one after another. It tore through the void and then disappeared. Damn it! Seeing this scene, 5 to 6 peerless almighties roared crazily. They wanted to stop him, but they couldn't do so at all. Behind them, General Shanning led a group of people and happened to see the other party tear through the void and disappear. He stabbed out with his spear. The huge spear light turned into a golden dragon and rushed out. However, it still didn't stop the other party. Damn it! General Shanning roared crazily. He didn't expect the other party to escape so easily. This made him extremely angry. Behind him, those people who rushed over were also completely stunned. Lin Xian escaped from the imperial palace so easily. Why did it feel like a dream? So many peerless almighties couldn't stop him. What's going on? The crown prince walked out and asked coldly. His eyes were filled with monstrous anger. That kid has an incomparably mysterious spirit ship. Its attack power is very strong, and its defense is very strong. If he hides inside, we can't break it at all. Damn it, it's actually like this. The others also had gloomy expressions when they heard this. Uncle, what should we do? The crown prince looked at General Xianing. General Xianing frowned. I've never heard of such a treasure before. It must be of a very high grade. Moreover, to activate a spirit ship of this grade, it requires a lot of energy. I don't believe that kid can keep using it. I'll go back now and ask the Emperor for an order to arrest him. If he dares to kill the Golden Lion King, it's equivalent to declaring war on the war race. There will be no place for him in the Tai dynasty. Yes, that's right. Hearing this, the crown prince's eyes also bloomed with a vicious light. Although that brat had escaped now, there would be a day when he would be caught. As long as he is in the territory of our dynasty, he will definitely not be able to escape. In the next moment, the crown prince, a few peerless almighties, and General Xianing hurriedly returned to the Grand Imperial Hall to ask the Emperor for an imperial edict. The others were in an uproar. They were all discussing Lin Xian and what happened before. On the other hand, the 8th prince's face was gloomy. Although Lin Xian was fine now, the 8th prince knew that it didn't mean that the matter was over. In fact, it was just the beginning. As expected, after returning, the emperor issued an imperial edict that Lin Xian was wanted in the entire country. The empress even brought out a phoenix edict to say that the entire world would reward him. Not only that, she also offered a generous reward. Anyone who captured Lin Xian would be conferred the title of king of a different surname. When the phoenix edict came out, the world was shocked. A king of a different surname was equivalent to a king of the Tai dynasty. The temptation was too great. That was because there were now 27 kings in the Tai dynasty. Among them, there were only 3 kings with different surnames. Moreover, 3 of them were kings with different surnames 2,000 years ago. In the past 1,000 years, no one had been conferred the title of king of a different surname. Those who were conferred the title of king of a different surname would receive monstrous power, large tracts of land, endless natural treasures, and endless cultivation resources. It could be said that it was a meteoric rise. Therefore, when the imperial edict came out, all the almighties in the Tai dynasty were excited. They searched everywhere, crazily trying to capture Lin Xian. Not only that, the empress and the crown prince had also gathered a group of powerhouses to search for him. They also contacted the kings stationed in various places and prepared to join forces. Chapter 2198. Relying on his newly promoted status as the crown prince, he had gathered many elders and princes. However, he was still a crown prince to be. Compared to the first prince and the empress, he was still a far cry from them. Therefore, he had only gathered a small number of princes and elders. Even so, it was enough to alleviate the danger that Lin Xian was in. As for the other princes, they were divided into 2 groups. Some supported the 8th prince, and some supported the first prince. Of course, there were also those who chose to remain neutral. After all, it was not good to offend either of them. The 3rd prince stood firmly on the first prince's side. After all, he hated Lin Xian to the core. Of course, he hoped that Lin Xian would be killed. Moreover, he knew that Lin Xian would definitely die, because the first prince had not only gathered a large number of experts, but also princes. The empress had also sent someone to deliver a message to the war tribe. When the people of the war race learned of the Golden Lion King's death, they would definitely explode with rage. As long as the war tribe was angry, not to mention the kid, even the peerless powerhouses would be killed. On the other side, Lin Xian boarded the Black Earth and left the palace completely. After he confirmed that it was safe, he immediately left the Black Earth and put it away. After all, the Black Earth's level was too high. Activating it once consumed too much energy. Even he did not dare to use it for a long time. It was better to use it as a life-saving measure. He still used an ordinary spirit boat to fly. "Kid, what should we do now?" the dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian thought for a while and decided to leave the Tai dynasty first. After all, the commotion this time was too big. Lin Xian decided to find a city and buy a map. He asked for the location. He then made a plan to leave. After flying for a long time, he was surrounded by barren mountains. He did not know where to fly to leave the Tai dynasty. After confirming a direction, Lin Xian flew quickly. Half a day later, a city wall appeared in his field of vision in the distance. It was a huge city. It was incomparably bright. Looking from below, it looked like a giant beast entrenched on the ground. He could not see the end of it. "Let's go down and take a look." When Lin Xian saw the giant city, his figure flickered, and he descended. When they got closer, they realized that this huge city was really too majestic. The roads inside were like huge dragons, and the tall city towers were like immortal palaces. The atmosphere was majestic. The city walls below were all protected by formations. Mysterious runes flickered on the walls, emitting a unique aura. It was impossible to land directly inside the city walls. Therefore, Lin Xian landed outside the city walls. In front of the city gate, there were groups of guards. There were more than 30 people in total. They held long spears in their hands and wore battle armor that flickered with a cold metallic luster. They guarded the two sides of the city gate. At the entrance, there was an endless stream of people coming in and out. These people were not ordinary people. They were all martial artists. Many of them even had powerful auras. It was obvious that they were experts. Lin Xian landed below. When he was flying, he had already changed his appearance. At this moment, he changed his appearance in order to avoid being noticed by others. Sure enough, after he came down, many people looked in his direction. But soon it moved away. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was slightly relieved. It seemed that these people did not notice him. Moreover, he did not know if the Supreme First Dynasty had issued a warrant for him. But thinking about it, they would definitely not let him go. Therefore, he had better be careful. In the next moment, Lin Xian withdrew his thoughts and walked forward. The moment he entered the city, one of the middle-aged guards with a full beard suddenly felt his heart tremble. There was a look of shock in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a green iron token. The iron token on the token shone brightly and trembled rapidly. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was extremely shocked, and his pupils suddenly dilated. He hurriedly said, "Go, go," and informed the governor that the person we are looking for is here. Whoosh, whoosh. In front of him, the two guards turned into two streaks of lightning, rushed into the city, and disappeared. Lin Xian entered the city and walked on the wide street, looking at the passers-by, and martial artists on both sides. His eyes flickered. He was looking for a shop to buy a map to identify the direction. Buzz. In a corner, an old man in patched clothes with a broken bowl in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. His hair was messy and his face was ashen, but at this moment his eyes were extremely sharp. There was a jade pendant on his body that was shining brightly. Runes flashed on it. "It's here," the old man whispered, his eyes shining with a sharp light. In the next moment, her figure flickered and disappeared. At the same time, a middle-aged man in white was sitting cross-legged on the platform of a high-speed railway. He was waving a feather fan, and there was a golden bell in front of him. At this moment, the golden bell shone brightly and made a tinkling sound. "It's here." The middle-aged man in white put down the fan in his hand and looked at the golden bell in front of him. His eyes flickered. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a palm-sized rune appeared in his hand. He bit his finger and wrote a few lines of words on it with his blood. At the same time, a formation was formed in front of him, and it was shining brightly. The middle-aged man in white placed the rune on top of the formation. As the light flickered, the rune disappeared. One after another, orders were quickly passed down in the dark. Obviously, because of Lin Xian's arrival, the entire city was in turmoil. Lin Xian did not know about these things. At this moment, he came to a hall called the 1,000 Treasure Tower, bought a map, and asked about some geographical matters. Lin Xian learned that this city was called Flame City. The place he was in was considered the center of the Tang dynasty. It would take a long time to leave the territory of the Tang dynasty. It seemed that he had to use a teleportation formation. Lin Xian asked where the super teleportation formation was. In the end, he learned that only the 12 main cities had super teleportation formations. Although Flame City was huge, it was not one of the 12. Of course, there were also super teleportation formations in the mansions of the princes. However, those places were more dangerous, so Lin Xian would not go there. The 12 main cities. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. It seemed that he had to find a way to go to the 12 main cities and use the super teleportation formation to leave the Tai dynasty. Although it was just a dynasty, its territory was frighteningly huge. It would take Lin Xian a few years to fly away. Thinking of this, Lin Xian walked out. As soon as he stepped out of the 1,000 Treasure Tower, he was surrounded by a group of guards. There were about 20 of them, and they all looked cold. They held spears in their hands and surrounded Lin Xian tightly. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that he had been exposed? In front, a young man in green armor stood out, looked at Lin Xian, and nodded. Yes, it was him. Take him away. Chapter 2199. Scram. Lin Xian's face darkened as he roared. A majestic aura rushed out of his body and forced the 4 guards to retreat. Puff. The 4 guards spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces filled with fear. The young man's face darkened. He pulled out the sword at his waist and shouted coldly, "Attack!" Instantly, more than 20 guards attacked together. The void in front of them exploded. Scram! Lin Xian roared furiously. His voice was like a clap of thunder that descended from the sky, causing the entire void to shake rapidly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void split open, and the dozen guards that rushed over were all sent flying. Their faces were pale as their brains churned. Boom, boom, boom. They all fell to the ground and screamed incessantly. The surrounding passers-by were all stunned. Heavens, who is this kid? He's too terrifying. With a roar, he actually forced back more than 20 black armored guards. These black armored guards were all elite kings. When they attacked together, they could fight against an almighty. But now, they were sent flying by a sound wave. Everyone was stunned. As for the young man, his face was also incomparably pale. The clap of thunder just now had a terrifying impact on him, causing the blood in his body to tremble. However, he quickly circulated his cultivation technique to suppress the churning blood. At the same time, he clenched the sword in his hand and was about to attack Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, when he saw Lin Xian's cold and murderous gaze, his body fell to the ground and began to tremble. Who is this? How dare you cause trouble in Flame City? Are you tired of living? In the distance, the ground trembled as more black armored guards rushed over. Among them, there were a few who were riding on terrifying demon kings and rushing over. Among them, there were 2 who were extremely terrifying. One was riding a 3-headed demon wolf, while the other was riding a purple lion. The lion had a pair of wings on its back and emitted a monstrous demon chi. Behind them, each of them led a group of 50 black armored guards. They quickly rushed over and surrounded the area. Kid, how dare you cause trouble in Flame City in broad daylight and injure the black armored guards? Come back with us obediently. A middle-aged man with cold eyes sat on the back of the 3-headed wolf. He stared at Lin Xian and said coldly. In addition, a bald man was sitting cross-legged on top of the purple lion. He held a long saber in his hand and pointed it downward. Seeing this scene, everyone in the distance felt their scalps go numb. They quickly retreated and widened the distance between them. That was because they recognized the 2 of them. One of them was the bald Golden Blade King, and the other was Violent Hand King. Both of them were powerful experts and held high positions in the Black Armored Army. It could be said that his strength was extremely terrifying. Who would have thought that the 2 of them would actually make a move together? Just who was this young man in front of him? Lin Xian glanced at the 2 of them and snorted coldly. What did I do to make you arrest me? Right now, I'm just defending myself. I'll give you a chance to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? Why aren't you being polite? In the sky, the purple lion spread its wings and flapped them continuously, emitting gusts of demonic wind. The bald man on its back, the Golden Blade King, widened his eyes and let out a cold smirk. "Little brat, go to hell." In the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared from the sky. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. The golden treasured saber in his hand slashed down forcefully. This golden saber light was like a bolt of lightning, bringing along a wave of pressure as it slashed down from the sky. It was as if an immemorial demonic beast was going to devour Lin Xian. Humph! That brat was dead meat. That was for sure. The Golden Blade King's saber technique was absolutely terrifying. Around them, the black armored army sneered. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at the golden blade light that was sweeping down from the sky. In the next moment, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the air lightly. What he actually wanted to fight with his bare hands and not dodge. He was really looking for death. Idiot. Water must have entered his head. Seeing this scene, these people were even more confused. Humph! The Golden Blade King sneered. The other party actually dared to be so arrogant. He was really looking for death. One must know that even a powerful expert of the same level would not dare to fight with his golden saber barehanded. Boom! Lin Xian's palm slapped on the golden saber, creating an intense collision, as if thousands of horses were neighing. With an earth-shattering sound, the void exploded, and the golden saber light that filled the sky was shattered. The Golden Blade King's chest caved in, and he flew out. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and sent more than 10 black armored army flying. What? The Golden Blade King was injured. Everyone was stunned. The black armored army's eyelids were twitching, and those who were watching from afar were also extremely shocked. They looked at Lin Xian, and their eyes were filled with fear. Who exactly was this brat? How could he be so strong? He actually sent the Golden Blade King flying with one move. Could it be that this brat was also a powerful expert? Thinking of this, they gasped. They had never seen such a young, powerful expert before. Moreover, that was not right. According to the information, the other party was only a 6-star king. On the other side, the middle-aged man sitting on the 3-headed wolf, Violent Hand King, also had a change in expression. He snorted, "Brat, you're looking for death." In the next moment, he stretched out his palm, and a fiery red big hand came grabbing at him from all directions. Buzz. Seeing the other party making another move, Lin Xian pointed out his finger. On the tip of his finger, a dazzling sword light surged out. Rumble. The whole sky was trembling. Although it was only a sword light, it was enough to crush the heavens. This sword chi was too terrifying. So much so that when this sword chi appeared, everyone began to tremble. Violent Hand King's expression also changed. He did not expect the other party's sword chi to be so powerful. This aura was enough to threaten his life. Therefore, in the next moment, he wanted to escape. However, the sword chi had already enveloped him. Pung! Ah! With a miserable scream, one of his arms was chopped off and blood gushed out. Violent Hand King frantically retreated, his face pale. Kill! Kill him for me! Set up the black armored sky splitting array. I want him dead! Violent Hand King roared crazily. He quickly stopped his injuries and commanded the black armored army to form a terrifying killing array. Although these black armored army were not almighty experts, they had mastered a terrifying array. At this moment, 100 black armored army quickly formed the array. Even an almighty expert would not be able to resist it. Black armored sky splitting array. The 100 black armored army quickly formed the array. The sky was filled with light, and a terrifying aura was emitted from the array. It enveloped the whole space. In the distance, everyone's expression changed. They frantically retreated, not daring to get close. This array was too terrifying. The terrifying aura was like the awakening of a peerless demonic beast. Pung! In the next moment, these people attacked together. The aura that filled the sky, together with the array, formed a huge black rock and rushed out quickly. That huge rock slowly covered the sky, and its body emitted a monstrous aura. It charged toward Lin Xian. At the same time, Hunter King and Golden Blade King also cooperated with the huge black rock and quickly attacked. The two of them, one in front and one behind, charged toward Lin Xian's vital points. Chapter 2200. At the same time, Hunter King and Golden Blade King also cooperated with the Black Rock and quickly attacked. The two of them attacked Lin Xian's vital parts one after another. Wang, blazing palm, sky-splitting golden blade. The two of them roared and used their ultimate moves. A terrifying flaming palm and a terrifying golden blade. Light flew out quickly. You don't know what's good for you. Facing the terrifying formation and the attacks of the two almighties, Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, he pulled out a broken sword. The broken sword was very ancient, and there were sword patterns all over it. One look, and you could tell that it was not an ordinary item. It was Lin Xian's heaven-ranked ancient sword. In the next moment, the ancient sword swung out a terrifying sword light, tearing the heaven and earth apart. Pung, pung, pung. Intense explosions sounded in the sky. Mushroom clouds rose one after another. The light was as dazzling as fireworks. The black rock formed by 100 black armored army was split in half by the sword. But even so, Hunter King's other arm was also cut off. Blood gushed out, and it could not heal at all. Golden Blade King was even more miserable. When the golden blade in his hand touched the ancient sword, it broke with a clang. Damn it, how is this possible? Golden Blade King's pupils shrank. His golden blade was an Earth-rank upper artifact. It was extremely terrifying. Even the Almighties could not break it. How could the opponent break it so easily? He did not dare to imagine. But in the next moment, he screamed in horror, because the sword chi had split him in half from the middle. As the sword descended, Lin Xian withdrew his ancient sword. As for the 100 black armored soldiers, they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Golden Blade King and Hunter King, one was dead, and the other was crippled. Blood flowed and dyed the surroundings red. Impossible. This was impossible. Damn it. How could you be so strong? Hunter King trembled. His eyes were filled with fear. The 100 black armored army kept retreating. Their faces were in a sorry state. In the distance, the crowd was even more shocked. God, who was this kid? How could he destroy such a powerful team so easily? Ruthless. This was definitely a ruthless person. Everyone was frightened and retreated frantically. Humph! How dare you kill my black armored army? You're dead. At this moment, a cold voice came from afar. It was like thunder rolling over. Immediately after, the earth trembled as more and more black armored army gathered in this direction like a black tide. Light flickered in the sky as countless experts appeared. Those people who originally wanted to watch felt their heads explode. Such a terrifying formation, just to catch a young man? Who was this person? They did not dare to imagine. However, they knew that they couldn't stay here any longer. So, they quickly ran away. They all hid at a distance that they thought was safe and watched carefully. This time, there were even more black armored soldiers. They were densely packed, numbering in the thousands. In the sky, several frightening old men appeared. Their auras were thick and heavy. They were like deities that looked down on the common people. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Come back with me obediently. Humph, what you have done is enough to make you have no place in the Tai dynasty. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw this. If they were dealing with ordinary people, it would be impossible for them to deploy such a terrifying formation. From the looks of it, the other party should know his identity. So, you know who I am? Lin Xian looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "From the moment you came in, we knew. Don't think that you can hide your appearance and aura. You can avoid our pursuit." In the sky, an old man coldly snorted. "So that's how it is." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the first prince had used a lot of power to catch him. He thought that he had hidden very well, but he did not expect to be recognized so quickly. Since it was like this, he did not intend to hide anymore. Lin Xian's facial bones changed, and he returned to his original appearance. "Capture him for me." "Kill." There was an angry roar in the sky, and the 500 black armored soldiers on the ground formed a formation again. This time, the formation was more terrifying than before. It was even more monstrous. The biting, cold, murderous aura directly pierced through the void, and nothing could stop it. 10,000 killing formation. When this formation was formed, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding palaces and pavilions were completely destroyed. Everyone retreated into the distance. There was only Lin Xian and the black armored soldiers in the sky. "Kill." There was another angry roar, and the murderous aura was like thunder, rapidly attacking the void. They formed 100,000 murderous auras in the sky and charged towards Lin Xian. "It's over. That kid is definitely dead." This 10,000 killing technique is really terrifying. Even an almighty can't fight against it. That's right. There are so many experts from the city lord's mansion in the sky. This kid can't escape. In the distance, the surrounding warriors were discussing softly. In front, Lin Xian coldly snorted. His eyes turned cold, and his body emitted a terrifying sword intent. Since the other party had recognized him, there was nothing to say. Since they dared to chase after him, he had to pay the price. Buzz. Lin Xian took a step forward. Suddenly, the aura on his body exploded, and the entire void shattered. A terrifying sword wave spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The sword wave spread in the sky and quickly collided with the 100,000 murderous auras. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding buildings were directly destroyed. What? He actually resisted the 100,000 murderous auras? How is this possible? In the distance, everyone was shocked. The experts in the sky furrowed their brows. However, at this moment, there was another change below. Lin Xian's body was filled with sword chi again, and he slashed forward. Suddenly, the killing array formed by the 500 black armored army cracked. It was about to break at any time. "Damn it, I'll kill him." Seeing that the situation was not good, a man in black armor in the sky had a cold expression. He held a black spear in his hand and quickly charged down. The old man in black looked down and said in a deep voice, "The two of you go down too. At the same time, activate 2 more killing arrays. With 3 killing arrays together, I don't believe that we can't kill this kid." "Yes," a man and a woman beside him responded. Both of them looked middle-aged. The man held a thunder hammer in his hand, and the woman held 2 swords. The 2 of them were also wearing armor. One was wearing silver armor, while the other was wearing fiery red armor. After the 2 of them went down, they formed 2 more killing arrays. Each killing array was formed by 500 black armored army soldiers, the Thunder God array, and the Flame-proof array. Heavens, there were 2 more killing arrays. The people in the distance went crazy. With such an array, no one would be able to escape. The 3 killing arrays quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. Competing with arrays? In the next moment, he stomped his foot, and the demon-slaying sword array appeared on the ground. Countless blood-red sword marks surrounded him, and then immemorial shadows rushed out. Boom. The black immemorial shadows rose into the sky. Boom. The two clashed, and the 500 people immediately vomited blood. Damn it. Block it. Chapter 2201. It was useless. Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon abyss sword again, shattering the terrifying spear light in front of him. Not only that, the black spear in the black-armored man's hand was also split in half. Damn it! The black-armored man's face was abnormally gloomy. His weapon was actually shattered. What weapon was in his opponent's hand? How could it be so sharp? When the other two killing formations saw this, they quickly rushed over as well. Thunder God kill. The man's twin hammers shook, and suddenly silver thunder appeared in the void and quickly descended. Under the support of the formation, a terrifying sea of thunder was formed, swallowing the world. On the other side, the fire formation released a sky full of 5-colored flames, burning fiercely. The two forces of the Sea of Thunder and fire quickly enveloped Lin Xian. But in the next moment, it was split in half by 2 sword chi. Puff! The man and woman were struck until they cried and vomited blood. Their armor was shattered, and the weapons in their hands were broken into several pieces. Broken again. The 3 killing formations were also easily broken. Everyone was stupefied. They had never seen or even heard of such a scene before. Buzz, buzz. Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and 3 true dragons flew out, sucking the 3 almighties over. The 3 almighties struggled frantically, but these were all formed by sword chi, containing the power of the great dragon sword soul. How could the 3 of them break free? The current Lin Xian was a true almighty. His strength was absolutely terrifying, reaching the level of a peerless almighty. These people were no match for him. Kid, you dare to kill me? You're dead. The black-armored man roared crazily. He had never been treated like this before. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a slap, the black-armored man knelt on the ground, his legs broken. Ah, damn it! Kill me if you have the guts! The black-armored man roared crazily. Kill you? Do you think I don't dare? Lin Xian sneered and exerted force with his palm. Instantly, the black-armored man's armor was completely shattered, and his body turned into a bloody mist. What? He really killed him. Everyone was shocked, and the man and woman beside them were terrified. Spare us. Please, I beg you, spare us. The 2 of them started to beg for mercy. They didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. Otherwise, their end would be very miserable. Spare you? How could this be? Su Chen sneered. From the moment you decided to kill me, your fates were already decided. You chose to end up like this. You can't blame me. Lin Xian swung the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Puff! 2 heads flew into the sky. Plop! Plop! Another 2 mighty figures' bodies fell to the ground. Lin Xian's ancient sword was dripping with blood. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Go back and tell the first prince that this is not enough for me to kill. Brat, you're too arrogant. You actually dare to contend against a big lunatic. Is that something you can contend against? There were still 2 old men left in the sky. Their faces were gloomy. The other party was actually so powerful that he could cripple so many of their experts with just a few strikes. This really shocked them to the core. As expected, you are the first prince's dogs. Lin Xian sneered. He raised his palm and slapped towards the sky. 2 large green palms appeared and slapped towards the 2 old men in the sky. Pung! Pung! The 2 of them resisted, but it was useless. Their armors and defenses were all smashed to pieces. The 2 of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Damn it! How could he be so powerful? The 2 old men's scalps went numb because they realized that they were no match for the other party at all. Run! The 2 of them were terrified and turned to flee. They didn't want any harsh words or orders. Survival was the most important thing. They fled into the distance like crazy. "Want to run? Can you run?" Lin Xian sneered. He stepped into the air and chased after them. However, he didn't make a move because he wanted to see where the two of them were going to escape to. He knew that these people weren't the final decision makers. There must be some core subordinates of the first prince in Flame City. In front of him, the two of them quickly fled, turning into streams of light and running towards the city lord's residence. Then, the two of them landed in the city lord's residence. City lord's residence? When Lin Xian saw this scene, he narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the city lord had given the order to capture him. Since that was the case, there was no need for the city lord's residence to exist. Seeing that the other party had chased after them, the two old men below felt their scalps go numb. They roared crazily, "Quick, attack! Catch that kid! He's the one we're looking for!" Below, countless figures flashed and rays of light lit up. Several large arrays appeared in the city lord's residence, covering the sky and the sun. Countless rays of light soared into the sky and attacked Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and used the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. A sharp chaotic sword chi rushed out, turning into a silver river in the sky and rolling down. Boom, boom. The rays of light below were all shattered. The arrays were split into pieces, and the cultivators inside were directly kicked into a bloody mist. They exploded in the air. Not only that, the city walls, palaces, and pavilions below were all shattered. Nothing was intact. The ground cracked and terrifying cracks spread in all directions. That was too powerful. He actually destroyed the city lord's residence. Behind him, many people followed from afar. When they saw that Lin Xian had split the city lord's mansion in half with a single slash of his sword, all of them were stupefied and shocked. In the city lord's residence, the two old men were even more dumbstruck. Their bodies had suffered a terrifying impact, but they could no longer feel the pain. That was because their souls had been attacked, and their faces were full of shock. Who was that person? Run. Run quickly. The two of them desperately wanted to escape into the depths of the city lord's residence. However, Lin Xian flicked out 2 rays of sword chi from his fingers, piercing through the bodies of the 2 old men. In the next moment, he took a step and descended. Below, the city lord's residence was shattered, and countless figures flashed. They surrounded Lin Xian. Among them, someone shouted coldly, "Damn it, who is that? How dare you cause trouble in the city lord's residence?" However, when they saw Lin Xian, they were all shocked. It was him. It was actually him. "Kid, you actually took the initiative to come to us. So don't blame us. Men, capture him and send him to the first prince." "Send him to the first prince? I'll send you to heaven first." Lin Xian waved the ancient sword in his hand quickly, and a terrifying sword chi tore through the void. Immediately, a series of screams rang out. Those cultivators in front could not resist at all, and were directly split open. In an instant, more than 10 figures fell. There were even 5 mighty figures among them. This scene directly provoked everyone in the surroundings. They screamed crazily, "Run! Run quickly!" At this moment, they finally knew that the young man in front of them was absolutely terrifying. He was not someone they could contend against at all. "Kid, you're courting death." In the sky, 3 figures descended, accompanied by a terrifying aura. Chapter 2202. "Kid, you're too presumptuous. Do you really think that there's no one in the city lord's mansion? Kneel down and come back with us. Otherwise, we'll make you wish you were dead." He crippled his own arms and knelt on the ground to await his punishment. The 3 elite mighty figures had cold expressions, and their bodies emitted terrifying auras. They were like mountains that pressed down on the void, making it difficult to breathe. In the city lord's mansion, the other martial artists who were running away also stopped in their tracks. They turned around and revealed ferocious expressions again. Ha ha ha, our elite mighty figures are here. Our elders are here. Kid, don't be so arrogant. You're going to kill us. Let's see how our elders kill you. They laughed maniacally because these three elders were all elite supreme beings with terrifying strength. Moreover, they had many secret techniques and treasures in their hands. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill the kid in front of them. Elite mighty figures. How dare you show off in front of me? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. One had to know that before he broke through, he could already kill elite mighty figures. Now that he had become a true mighty figure, his strength had increased exponentially. Elite mighty figures were nothing in front of him. You're courting death. The three elites were furious. They knew that the kid in front of them had offended a master, and they had information about him. However, they had never seen Lin Xian's power with their own eyes. In their opinion, no matter how heaven-defying a six-star king was, how powerful could he be? They had no idea that Lin Xian had successfully broken through, and they had never seen Lin Xian's power before. Therefore, they were obviously courting death. I'll kill him. A tall old man walked out. At that moment, an elder with a walking stick said, "There's no need. Let me do it. Let me do it." The third elder stood out with a sharp gaze. The three of them were fighting with each other to capture Lin Xian. That was because the higher-ups had ordered that whoever captured Lin Xian and handed him over to the first prince would be conferred the title of king. How could they possibly give up such a huge temptation to someone else? The three elite almighties were fighting with each other, completely disregarding Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this scene. This was the first time he had seen people rushing to their deaths. Thinking of this, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the tall old man and said, "All right, there's no need to fight. You'll do." Seeing this scene, the tall old man laughed. He looked at the old man beside him. "Did you see that? That brat personally chose him. The two of you have nothing to say, right?" Then the tall old man looked at Lin Xian again with a sinister smile on his face. "Brat, I have to say that you have good taste. You actually chose me. Don't worry, since you chose me, I'll give you a quick death. Is that so? Thank you very much. Hurry up and do it." Lin Xian waved his hand, as if he didn't care. This attitude stunned the tall old man, and his face immediately darkened. What did the other party mean? Did he not care about him at all? He was really courting death. He was an elite almighty, and his strength was far from what those ordinary almighties could compare to. Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you killed a few ordinary almighties. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. In the next moment, the tall old man made his move. He grabbed out with his palm. It was very simple and crude, but it had an unparalleled pressure. His strength was indeed beyond that of ordinary almighties. In an instant, his palm flew out like a mountain and enveloped Lin Xian. Elite almighty? That's all there is to it. You're still nothing in front of me. Lin Xian waved his palm, and a bright light shot out. Clang! The light shone and blasted on the large palm, immediately producing a clanging sound. The tall old man's expression changed, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. His palm was directly broken. "Ah, damn it, how dare you hurt me?" The tall old man retracted his palm, and his expression was extremely ugly. The two people at the side discussed, and then sneered. "No way, old bye, how can you be injured? Can you do it? If you can't, let the two of us do it." The two elite almighties at the side sneered. In their opinion, it was really embarrassing that he couldn't even deal with a brat. The tall old man snorted. "What do you know? I was just careless just now." As he spoke, he activated his mystic technique. Instantly, his arm made cracking sounds as the broken bones were connected. In the next moment, his eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you've completely angered me. I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I'll let you have a taste of living a life worse than death. Thousand Hands demonic palm. The tall, old man waved his palm, and a dark light flashed in the sky. Numerous palms appeared in the void, densely packed, and there were at least 1,000 of them. It was as if a mountain range was pressing down. Each of them was incomparably terrifying, and they could shatter heaven and earth at this moment. Thousands of palms appeared at the same time, and it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Burning skies, scorching Sunday, Lin Xian activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and simulated the Golden Lion King's ultimate move. Black hellfire spread and covered his fist. Then he punched out with his fist. In the sky, numerous fist shadows turned into black suns and soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. These black suns were incomparably violent, and they brought a long heat that filled the sky as they collided with the thousands of palm shadows. Boom. Countless palm shadows were ignited and burned fiercely. In an instant, a sea of black flames appeared in the sky and enveloped the tall old man. Whoosh, whoosh. Damn it! The tall old man's expression changed. All of his attacks were ignited. Not only that, the black flames followed his attacks and spread towards him. Even the clothes on his body were set on fire. Playing with fire? Suppress! The tall old man snorted and spat out a blue ice ball from his mouth. Instantly, the sky was covered with frost, and he wanted to extinguish the terrifying flames. Snow Soul Pearl, this old man actually used this magical treasure. At the back, the two elite almighties nodded continuously. They didn't expect this tall old man to be really angry. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. He clenched his fist again and punched out. The black flames that filled the sky condensed and formed a true dragon. It roared in the void and shattered the Snow Soul Pearl. Boom. With a collision, the Snow Soul Pearl shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The old man's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, impossible. How is this possible? He's so powerful? Fear appeared in the old man's eyes. However, in the next moment he froze, because a sword light flashed, and he instantly lost consciousness. At the back, the two elite almighties were stunned. In the distance, the martial artists who hadn't escaped were also terrified, because they realized that the tall old man's head flew up and his headless corpse fell to the ground. He was killed. How is this possible? How is it possible that he was killed? Everyone went crazy, and the two elite almighties were even more shocked. Chapter 2203. Everyone went crazy, and the two elite powerhouses were even more shocked. They did not see how the other party attacked. Originally, they thought that both sides were evenly matched, but thinking about it, the final victory would be theirs. However, in just a short moment, one of their elites was killed. What method did the other party use? Lin Xian looked at the headless corpse and sneered. Then he turned his gaze and stared at the other two elite powerhouses. He said, "Now, have you decided who will come up?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, the two elite powerhouses trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Thinking back to how they were fighting to be the first to attack, they even had the heart to die. They did not expect that they were fighting for the chance to attack, but they were actually fighting for the chance to die. Thinking of this, their faces were extremely pale. Damn it, don't talk nonsense with him. Let's attack together. The two elite powerhouses looked at each other and decided to attack together. Buzz, the yellow-robed elder on the left, pulled out a treasure sword, and his body emitted a dazzling sword light. The purple-robed elder on the right took out an umbrella, and the Ling Long treasure pagoda was floating above his head. Kill. The yellow-robed elder waved his long sword and used a terrifying sword technique called the 7-killing sword technique. The sword chi in the sky turned into 7 demonic wolves, roaring ferociously as they swooped down. On the other side, the purple-robed elder spun, the umbrella in his hand. The umbrella left his hand and floated in the air, releasing tens of thousands of auras. A terrifying force enveloped Lin Xian, trying to suck him away. This umbrella was a very terrifying Dharma treasure. Once sucked in, even an elite powerhouse would be refined. It was extremely terrifying. The two powerhouses attacked Lin Xian together, and it seemed that they really wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian formed a hand seal, and an ice phoenix shot out, instantly freezing the sword technique in the sky. The 7 demonic wolves were frozen in the void. What a terrifying power of ice! The yellow-robed elder was shocked, but at this moment, the mysterious umbrella arrived above Lin Xian and instantly sucked Lin Xian away. Buzz. Seeing this, the purple-clothed old man hurriedly activated his seal. The umbrella closed and spun in the air. With a wave of his hand, the blood-red umbrella returned to his hand, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha, brat, no matter how strong you are. So what if you enter my blood river umbrella? In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you will turn into a puddle of blood. Even if you call yourself a genius, you won't be able to stop him." The purple-clothed elder laughed heartily at the sky, looking extremely pleased. At the side, the yellow-robed old man's figure flickered as he came to the side. He said, "Be careful, don't really kill him. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the first prince. Don't worry, I won't wait for an incense stick's worth of time. After half an incense stick's worth of time, I'll let him out." Then he used the Millennium Cold Steel to tie him up. At that time, let's see how he can escape. This time, the purple-clothed elder was too excited because if he captured Lin Xian, he would be crowned king. At that time, he would have a meteoric rise and become an overlord. The yellow-clothed old man at the side was also extremely envious. Why didn't he have such a fate? Of course, he also knew that in a one-on-one fight, he was no match for Lin Xian. The reason why the other party was able to succeed was entirely because of the red umbrella, the Blood River umbrella, a top-tier Earth-rank artifact. It was extremely mysterious and terrifying. Anything that was absorbed by the Blood River umbrella would be refined by the mysterious power inside. Even if an elite, mighty figure saw it, they would be terrified. Thinking of that, he sighed. Lin Xian was unlucky to have encountered the Blood River umbrella. Perhaps, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to use it. Boom. At that moment, the Blood River umbrella suddenly exploded, forming a violent energy wave that tore the void apart. The energy was so terrifying that the purple-clothed elder was directly blown into a bloody mist. Not only that, because the yellow-robed elder was too close, half of his body was blown away. He fell to the ground and twitched nonstop. What was going on? Why did the Blood River umbrella explode? However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he discovered that the Blood River umbrella had split open, and a large hole had appeared. A figure came out from inside. It was the kid from before, Lin Xian. What? He was fine? And he had rushed out. How was that possible? The yellow-robed elder was stunned. The other party's body was spotless and undamaged. That was beyond his expectations. He knew the power of the Blood River umbrella. Even an elite, mighty figure could not escape from it. However, not only was the other party not injured, but he had also successfully broken the Blood River umbrella. That was a top-tier artifact. How did that kid break it? He was too shocked. The surrounding people were even more terrified. Such a powerful artifact had been broken, and an elite, mighty figure had been killed. The other one had also lost half his life. That method was too terrifying. Humph! Do you think a small artifact can trap me? Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword light as he sneered disdainfully. His eyes flickered as he stared at the yellow-robed, mighty figure on the ground. Go to hell! He raised his hand and shot out a sword wave. Don't kill me! No! The yellow-robed, mighty figure screamed, crazily, and wanted to escape. However, just as he moved, he was enveloped by the sword wave. The remaining half of his body was directly slashed into a bloody mist. Looking at that scene, the surrounding warriors of the City Lord's mansion all went crazy. They trembled and knelt on the ground. Some of their faces were pale, while others turned around and fled. There was nothing they could do. The impact was too great. 3 elite mighty figures had been killed in a few moves. They could not believe it at all. It was like a dream. Run quickly. Those people fled in all directions. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the demon-slaying sword array surged out. Streaks of blood-colored sword light swept out in all directions. Every time the sword chi slashed down, many people would be directly split apart. Their blood would fuse into the demon-slaying sword array again, increasing the power of the sword array. Lin Xian was like a god of death as he reaped the lives of those people. Those people screamed crazily, but they could not escape at all. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. In the crowd, 6 mighty figures roared. They attacked together from all directions and attacked Lin Xian. 5-colored lightning strike. Lin Xian stood on the spot without moving. He formed a seal with his palms, and the 5-colored lightning struck down from the sky, piercing through all 6 mighty figures. Ah, ah, screams sounded one after another. Lightning spread rapidly, and wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Humph! How dare you cause trouble in the City Lord's mansion? You must have a death wish. At that moment, a majestic voice sounded. It sounded like an ancient demonic voice that echoed in the void. Hearing that voice, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance. As for the surrounding people, they all became excited. The City Lord was here. Their bodies trembled as hope appeared in their eyes. Chapter 2204. In the sky, a human figure appeared, like a demon god. He descended quickly, bringing with him countless rays of light and terrifying energy waves. Boom! Then the figure descended. Behind him, there were 5 elders, each of them emitting a terrifying aura. The auras of these people merged together, causing the entire space to freeze. They were too powerful, especially the figure at the front. He was like a god of war. City Lord. Everyone was trembling from this aura, but at this moment, they were all extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The reason for that was because the imposing figure that had appeared was their Flame City's city master. Their City Lord was extremely powerful and was a pinnacle almighty. His strength was far above the elite almighties. Originally, these people were in despair because even if the elite almighties joined forces, they would not be able to contend against Lin Xian. But now it was different. Their City Lord was here. A pinnacle almighty was here. They would definitely be able to kill him. Moreover, the 5 elders behind the City Lord were also elite almighties. Such a lineup was even more terrifying than before. When the City Lord of Flame City descended, his body was surrounded by flames, making it impossible to see his face. But his eyes were like divine lamps shining brightly. He stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Kid, surrender obediently, and I can spare your life." His voice was extremely cold and emotionless, but it carried a biting cold pressure, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. "You're the City Lord of Flame City?" In the face of such a godlike figure, Lin Xian merely sneered and kept sizing him up. "In that case, you're directly under the orders of the Crown Prince, right? It seems like you're the crown prince's dog. Well, if I kill you, no one in Flame City will dare to go against me. What? This kid wants to kill the city lord. Hearing this, the surrounding warriors felt their scalps go numb. Was this kid crazy? The city lord was a pinnacle almighty. Could it be that this kid had the strength to kill a pinnacle almighty? They did not dare to believe it. One had to know that although they were all almighties, the difference between an ordinary almighty and an elite almighty was many times greater. And the difference between an elite almighty and a pinnacle almighty was many times greater. The difference between them was huge and could not be made up. Therefore, when these people heard Lin Xian's words, they were stunned. You want to kill me? Flame City's city lord, Xiao Yun, laughed. Brat, I admit that you're very strong. You actually managed to kill your way into the depths of my city lord's mansion by yourself. He had even killed many powerful experts, but do you think you can go against me like this? I, Xiao Yun, am 530 years old this year. Although I am not a peerless almighty being, I am the city lord of Flame City. What do you think I relied on? Let me tell you, it's power. My strength is definitely not something that ordinary top almighties can compare to. It's not something you can imagine. Therefore, the fact that you dared to attack me is the biggest mistake you've ever made. Relying on strength? What strength do you have? Let me take a look. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He wasn't an ordinary king tier either. His battle prowess was equivalent to a peerless almighty. So, what if his opponent was powerful? Could it be that the other party was stronger than him? More than his trump cards? Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of Flame City's city lord. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Flame City's city lord, Xiao Yun, was also a genius in the Tai dynasty. Indeed, as the other party said, ordinary city lords were all peerless almighties. However, this Xiao Yun in front of them wasn't a peerless almighty. He was just a top king tier king. However, his strength was extremely terrifying. In the past 100 years, there had always been 3 top experts who attacked the city lord. In the end, they were all killed mercilessly. Yes, the city lord's strength was absolutely terrifying and unfathomable. This brat was definitely dead. Behind them, the 5 elite almighties were also discussing in low voices. In front of them, Xiao Yun's face sank. His eyes were like a divine lamp flickering with a cold light. A terrifying flame rushed out from his body, burning fiercely. His entire person was like a god of fire, dazzling and eye-catching. Buzz. In the next moment, Xiao Yun attacked. He stretched out a palm and pressed forward. A boundless sea of fire spread, instantly dyeing the surroundings red. The entire city lord's mansion shook, as if it would split open at any time. Pung pung pung. The air exploded. Many of the city lord's mansion's martial artists in the distance knelt on the ground, trembling. This was because they couldn't withstand such terrifying energy fluctuations. Pung. Lin Xian also punched out. Hellfire appeared and turned into a black fist shining in the sky like a black sun. It collided with Xiao Yun's palm and then exploded. The two collided and energy exploded, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding buildings exploded in an instant, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Some of the nearby martial artists were directly sent flying. There were even a few who were burned to ashes on the spot. He blocked it. That brat actually blocked the city lord's attack. How was this possible? The remaining people all frantically retreated, their faces filled with horror. Xiao Yun also frowned. The flame in his eyes became even brighter, like a divine lamp. The opponent in front of him was beyond his expectations. However, he snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the sea of fire that filled the sky condensed, forming a fire phoenix that quickly rushed over. This fire phoenix was extremely huge, covering the entire space. Its entire body was burning with flames, as if it was alive. In an instant, it rushed towards Lin Xian. A strong wave of heat hit him in the face. Wang! On Lin Xian's body, the ice protection appeared, and the ice that filled the sky resisted the terrifying flames. At the same time, countless sword chi rushed out from under his feet, turning into a dark demonic crocodile. The huge immemorial shadow directly rushed into the void. It was together with the fire phoenix. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian and the city lord of Flame City fought, as if two gods were fighting fiercely. Terrifying energy collided in the air, tearing apart the void. At this moment, everyone in the Flame City raised their heads to look at the sky. They were looking at the space that had been torn apart, looking at the flames that filled the sky. The martial artists in the city all separated. What was going on? Someone was fighting in the city lord's mansion. Heavens, someone actually dared to fight here. Did they not want to live anymore? It was that brat. Previously, he had killed many black armored guards on the streets. Who would have thought that he would kill his way to the city lord's mansion? Discussions sounded out, and many people rose into the air, flying towards the city lord's mansion. Wang! In front, Hu Xiaoyun roared, and even more terrifying flames appeared on his body. At the same time, a world of fire quickly formed in his palm, as if it could cover the entire world. Wang! In the next moment, he stretched out his palm, and the world of fire in his palm bloomed with light, enveloping Lin Xian. Palm of destruction. Chapter 2205. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The sword chi in his body rushed out quickly like lightning, bombarding the void. At the same time, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword. The chaotic heaven destroyer sword rushed out. The chaotic sword chi was like a long river, falling in the air. The sword was like the light of the beginning. What was more shocking was that there were stars circling within the sword chi. It was extremely mysterious, like a universe. What kind of sword chi was that? It was terrifying. Why did it feel like the beginning of the world? Many people gasped, their eyes filled with shock. Although they did not recognize that sword technique, they knew that it was extremely terrifying. Buzz! At that moment, Hu Xiaoyun's flame whirled arrived above Lin Xian's head and mercilessly fell. The void below was instantly burned into a black hole. Terrifying flames surrounded it, about to swallow the entire world. However, in the next moment, the flames in the sky were mercilessly split apart. A chaotic sword chi crushed the 9 heavens and directly struck the flame world. Boom! Heaven and earth shook, and cracks appeared on the flame world. More and more cracks appeared, and then it exploded with a boom. What? The city lord's ultimate technique was broken. How was that possible? These people were truly stupefied. The 8 Desolations palm was a kind of great divine ability. It was incomparably terrifying, but now it was actually split apart by a single sword. What kind of sword technique was that? Wasn't that kid too terrifying? The city lord of Flame City, Hu Xiaoyun's expression changed. He retracted his palm, and there was a sword mark on his palm, almost cutting his palm off. How dare you injure me? Kid, you've committed an unforgivable crime. Hu Xiaoyun's expression was cold. In the next moment, blood dripped from his wound, but it burned in the air. Then it turned into a giant flame beast. These flame beasts were densely packed, and there were more and more of them. They all rushed toward Lin Xian. Hu Xiaoyun's lips curled into a cold smile. This was one of his techniques. He used his blood and fire energy to form a terrifying attack. Holy light bloomed on the surface of his body, wanting to heal his wound. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. because he realized that the wound was difficult to heal. What was going on? Xiaoyun frowned. How could his opponent's sword chi be so powerful? Until now, there was still a terrifying sword chi lingering on his wound. It made it impossible for him to heal. Damn it! Xiaoyun snorted coldly and activated a secret technique to stop the bleeding. However, when he raised his head, his pupils shrank again. This was because the demonic beasts formed by the combination of blood and flames had been completely split apart. Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain and released tens of thousands of sword chi, directly piercing through all the flame demon beasts. Is this your divine ability? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Next, I'll show you my divine ability. Lin Xian sneered and waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. Demon Seal. Boom. Heaven and earth split apart, unable to withstand this terrifying sword light at all. The city lord's mansion was instantly split into two. Boom. Xiaoyun's pupils shrank as he released 6 flame divine shields to protect himself. At the same time, the flames on his body condensed, forming a battle armor to block this terrifying sword. However, he was still sent flying. His body landed heavily on the ground, creating a bottomless pit. The surrounding people were all spitting out saliva. What kind of power was this? A single slash was enough to split open the city lord's mansion. Even the city lord was sent flying. Roar! Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Below, the ground was suffused with red light as a figure soared into the sky. It was Xiaoyun. His hair was disheveled, and the 6 flame divine shields on his body were all broken. His battle armor was also in tatters. However, the flame aura on his body was even stronger. It was even mixed with the smell of fresh blood. Obviously, that attack just now had injured him, and it was a serious injury. This completely infuriated Xiaoyun. He was the city lord of Flaming Cloud City, and his strength was extremely terrifying. At such a young age, he was able to suppress an expert. But now, he actually suffered a loss at the hands of a 20-year-old brat. He could not tolerate it. Brat, you have completely angered me. Xiaoyun shouted coldly as he pulled out a flaming saber from the void. This flame was very strange. It was not red, but green. See, returning saber. It's over. The city lord is really angry. He actually used C returning saber. Behind him, the 5 elite mighty figures also exclaimed. They knew that the origin of this saber was very special. This green flame came from an extremely terrifying demon beast in the Endless Sea region. It was called the green sepal demon turtle. This kind of turtle could typically live for more than 7,000 years. It was extremely terrifying. They had a type of deviant flame in their bodies that was extremely terrifying. C returning saber was refined from this demon beast's deviant flame. With a swing of the saber, it could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. Even peerless mighty figures would find it troublesome. It was even more impossible for those below peerless mighty figures to resist. Indeed, when Guihai Idao appeared, the flailing flames had already reduced the city Lord Manor beneath to ashes. Everyone retreated extremely far away, not daring to approach. Even the 5 elite mighty figures were pale, as they quickly retreated. Lin Xian also felt a wave of heat surging towards him. But in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Countless sword auras rushed out from his body, forming a light screen that enveloped him. These sword auras were extremely sharp. Even though these deviant flames were terrifying, they were all destroyed in front of the sword auras. They could not survive at all. Go to hell, brat. Opposite him, Xiaoyun held C returning saber and slashed down crazily. Lin Xian also brandished the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed forward. Intense collisions sounded in the sky. Every collision tore through the void, creating an extremely terrifying light of destruction. After more than 100 collisions, the City Lord of Flame City suddenly retreated. His eyes were filled with intense shock. This was because the flames on Sea Returning Saber that he was so proud of had dimmed, as though they would be extinguished at any moment. The ancient Dragon Abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand was still extremely simple and unadorned. It emitted a mysterious aura. Damn it. How is this possible? Sea Returning Saber could not withstand it. Huishao Yun was extremely shocked. What kind of sword was it? How could it be so powerful? Lin Xian was also surprised. As expected of the City Lord of Flame City, he was able to withstand my attacks for so long. But now it was over. With that said, his aura became sharp again. An even more terrifying sword Dao aura surged out. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, War Song. Another sharp beam of light. There was no light in the world except for this eternal sword beam. Damn it! Block it for me! Huishao Yun roared angrily. He held Sea Returning Saber with both hands and swept it out. Immediately, boundless green flames spread in the air and condensed into a huge black tortoise that roared in all directions. Boom! Clang! In the next moment, the two collided with an earth-shattering sound. Countless cracks, vortexes, and black holes were formed. It was blocked. Huishao Yun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, in the next moment, the huge black tortoise phantom in front of him cracked open. Chapter 2206. No, he screamed, crazily trying to escape. However, his body was cut in half by the sword chi. The armor on his body could not block the sword at all. Not only him, but the ground below and the buildings in the distance were all cut in half by the sword. In fact, the entire giant city was almost split in half. This was also because of the array formation's protection. Otherwise, the entire Flame City would have been destroyed. What? The City Lord was killed. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. The City Lord's body was cut in half and fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. Lin Xian was like a god fiend. He stood in the air, surrounded by killing intent. Looking at this scene, these people were terrified. As for the warriors in the City Lord's mansion, they screamed and tried to escape. However, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword's spiritual domain flew out. It quickly grew bigger and covered thousands of miles. Sword Chi fell and killed all the warriors in the City Lord's mansion. The 5 elite almighties wanted to block it, but they could not. In an instant, all the warriors in the City Lord's mansion, including the City Lord, were killed. Blood gathered into a river and flowed in Flame City. The pungent smell of blood made people want to vomit. Some people even fainted from fright. It could not be helped. This scene was too terrifying. Lin Xian looked down and said coldly, "Tell the first prince that this is the outcome of trying to kill me." With that, he snorted and waved his sleeve. He turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the void. It was not until Lin Xian left for a long time that these people came back to their senses. Then they all exclaimed, "Lin Xian, he was the wanted Lin Xian. Are you saying that he is the one who killed the legendary Golden Lion King? Heavens, it was really him. Only he could be so powerful to destroy the entire City Lord's mansion." Cries of surprise could be heard one after another. It was obvious that they knew about Lin Xian as well. After all, the Tai dynasty had already issued an imperial edict. There was probably no one in the Tai dynasty who did not know. However, very few people had seen Lin Xian before. That was why they didn't recognize him earlier. It wasn't until Lin Xian's final words that they realized that the person in front of them was the ruthless devil who was wanted by the entire country. In an instant, Flame City was extremely shocked. This news swept across the Tai dynasty like a gale. However, this matter was not over yet. Previously, when Lin Xian had entered Flame City, the Flame City Lord wasn't the only one who had received the news. Two other factions had also received the news. Come to think of it, they should be arriving soon. On the other side, Lin Xian destroyed Flame City and collected all the cultivation resources within before leaving. His current target was one of the 12 main cities because there was a super teleportation array there. They could only leave the Tai dynasty by using the super transmission array. Just as Lin Xian was deciding which direction to head to, a few figures suddenly appeared behind him. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at the blurry silhouette before them. Their lips curled into a cold smile. It was that brat. He didn't expect to meet him here. It seems that even the heavens are helping us. Once we capture him, we can be crowned kings. Three figures appeared in the void. They looked at Lin Xian's figure in the distance and sneered. They had received the news and rushed over from other cities. They didn't know what had happened in Flame City. Therefore, they didn't know that Lin Xian's current strength was extremely terrifying. The three of them planned to launch a sneak attack. 3 against 1. No matter how strong the other party was, they could kill him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After about half an hour, Lin Xian frowned because he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Therefore, he stopped and turned his head to look. Sure enough, the 3 rays of light behind him quickly rushed over in a triangular formation. In the blink of an eye, they had already surrounded him. Someone was coming to kill him again. Lin Xian frowned. However, the aura of the 3 people made his expression turn serious. They were actually 3 top-notch almighties. However, individually, each of them wasn't as strong as the Flame City Lord's aura. However, when the 3 of them worked together, they were still much stronger than the Flame City Lord. Who are you? Lin Xian frowned. Not only were the 3 people's aura powerful, but their clothes were also strange. They weren't wearing luxurious robes or armor. Instead, they were wearing tattered clothes with patches. They looked like beggars. However, the 3 of them were obviously not beggars. Have you ever seen 3 top-notch almighties as beggars? How could these people be so poor that they couldn't even afford clothes? Who are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Who are we? The 3 men with patches all over their bodies snorted coldly. Listen carefully, we are from the Green Bamboo Gang. Kid, you must be Lin Xian. Come with us if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. What Green Bamboo Gang? I've never heard of it. You want to capture me? You'll have to pay a painful price. Lin Xian snorted. A terrifying aura rose from his body. Idiot. Kid, you've never heard of the Green Bamboo Gang. Looks like you're really courting death. The 3 of them were furious. The Green Bamboo Gang was a huge force in the Tai dynasty. The Green Bamboo Gang had members all over the Tai dynasty. Moreover, there were many experts in the gang. It was terrifying. The 3 of them were ordered to capture Lin Xian. Kid, since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. One of the middle-aged men snorted. Then he turned into a stream of light and charged at Lin Xian. Humph! The other 2 top-notch almighties snorted and attacked as well. They didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Xian. Lin Xian's identity was special. If he escaped or someone else came, it would be troublesome. In an instant, the first middle-aged man came to Lin Xian's side with a cold smirk on his face. Then, he clawed at Lin Xian. The palm abruptly grew in size and completely enveloped Lin Xian. There was even a green light shining on his palm. It looked like he wanted to capture Lin Xian. When the middle-aged man saw that Lin Xian didn't dodge, he thought that Lin Xian was scared out of his wits. He was delighted. Capturing such a person was really easy. They had done a great job and would be rewarded when they returned. However, they were too confident. If they had been to Flame City and seen the whereabouts of the Flame City Lord, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Unfortunately, they had just arrived from another city and didn't know what had happened in Flame City. Therefore, what awaited them was tragedy. Buzz. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was like a divine sword that cut through the void. Chapter 2207. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying light that cut through the void like a divine sword. A sharp sword chi rushed out of his body and slashed into the void. Clang! Immediately after, an earth-shattering collision was heard. Then, the smile on the middle-aged man's face froze, and his expression became very ugly. His heart was beating wildly, and a strong sense of danger rose from his heart. Even the blood in his body froze. In the next moment, the middle-aged man screamed crazily. His voice was heart-wrenching. That was because his palm was completely split in half. Not only that, his entire palm was cut in half. Blood and bones flowed out. The 5 fingers were connected to the heart, let alone the entire palm. The pain was so excruciating that even the pinnacle almighties shrieked out in pain. This was because Lin Xian's sword light was simply too sharp. In fact, even his soul was trembling. Boom! The middle-aged man was sent flying, and his blood dyed the void red. The other 2 members of the Green Bamboo Gang were also shocked. What was going on? How could the other party be so strong? Their comrade was actually injured. How was that possible? The 3 of them were all top mighty figures. Who was this kid? How could he be so powerful? The 3 of them were shocked. They realized that things were not as simple as they had imagined. Damn it, this kid is a little tricky. He doesn't seem to be weaker than us. Let's attack together and kill him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. One of the old men said in a deep voice. The other 2 nodded. The injured middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He had already taken out a treasure from his storage ring and smeared it on his wound to temporarily stop the bleeding. However, his long and narrow eyes were filled with the fury of the previous day. The other party dared to hurt him. It was an unforgivable crime. Buzz, buzz. In the next moment, the 3 of them took out bamboo poles from their storage rings. They were not ordinary bamboo, but rather, they were very magical. The bamboo poles were a meter long and crystal clear. They emitted an emerald green light and looked like green jade from afar. Not only that, but there were mysterious patterns on the 3 bamboo poles, and they emitted a mysterious aura. They thought that the Green Bamboo Gang was just a random name, but now it seemed that it had something to do with the bamboo in their hands. The aura emitted by the 3 bamboo poles was too unusual. Charge! The 3 of them held the resplendent bamboos in their hands as their auras erupted and swept across the land. When the 3 pinnacle almighties attacked together, their power was terrifying. Most likely, none of the top almighties would be able to fight against them alone. That was because if the 3 of them worked together, they would be able to fight against a peerless almighty. However, to say that they could resist was only in theory. If they really encountered a peerless almighty, they still wouldn't be able to win. And Lin Xian's strength was equivalent to an unparalleled almighty. Countless cracks spread in the sky. 3 emerald green bamboos flickered nonstop, as if 3 huge green dragons were dancing in the sky. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Heavenly dragons, 8 steps. Lin Xian executed the 3 heavens dragon 8 steps and quickly dodged. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. Boom. The space where Lin Xian had been was blasted apart. However, Lin Xian had already left their attack range. At the same time, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly counterattacked. Fire God's roar. A huge flaming sword appeared in the sky. It was held by a giant that was hundreds of feet tall and slashed down. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth boiled, and the air cracked. the terrifying flaming sword collided with the three huge dragons and instantly let out an earth-shattering sound. The three pinnacle almighties continued to fight. In the end, two forces of energy disappeared in the sky at the same time. Damn it, this kid is so strong. He can actually fight us to a draw. The three of them were shocked. They didn't expect that the three pinnacle almighties couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Damn it, let's quickly execute the three elements green bamboo formation. Kill him with the formation. The three of them discussed for a while and quickly formed the formation. The mysterious runes on the green bamboos in their hands began to appear and float in the air. Soon, the three of them were about to form a magical formation. A terrifying and monstrous power surged from the three of them. However, Lin Xian wouldn't let the three of them successfully execute the formation. Therefore, just as the three of them moved, Lin Xian moved as well. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a huge dragon and slashed down from the sky. Immediately, it slashed at the center of the three. A terrifying force was produced and shattered all the mysterious runes in the sky. Damn it! The formation was broken before it was completed. The three pinnacle almighties were furious. They kept waving their palms and launching terrifying attacks at Lin Xian. At the same time, runes appeared on the three of them again as they wanted to continue to set up the formation. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man whose palm was injured earlier suddenly narrowed his eyes. That was because he could feel a biting cold killing intent emerging from behind him. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around, and his scalp went numb. He was almost scared out of his wits, because he realized that Lin Xian had already arrived behind him. Damn it! How could he be so fast? The middle-aged man's face immediately turned green. He turned into a stream of light and tried to escape. Destroy! Lin Xian swung the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed down. Poof! The middle-aged pinnacle almighties froze. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and spread down. Poof! His body was split into two halves. What? He was killed. The other two pinnacle almighties felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. What kind of joke was this? Their companion was also a pinnacle almighty. He was actually killed by a single sword strike. How was this possible? This kid was too terrifying. They didn't dare to believe it at all. However, they didn't have time to think about it. After Lin Xian succeeded, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps again and came in front of the old man. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand stabbed out again. Damn it, block it for me. The old man's reaction was fast enough. In an instant, he waved the green bamboo pole in his hand and blocked in front of him. On the bamboo, mysterious runes flashed and formed a green light screen to block the attack. Crack, crack, crack. When the ancient dragon abyss sword collided with the green light screen, the entire light screen instantly cracked and shattered like glass. Clang! The old man was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly waved the pole in his hand to block the attack. In the next moment, the two collided, and a huge force blasted the old man away. After retreating for a few thousand meters, the old man stopped. The blood in his body was boiling. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. When he saw that the bamboo in his hand had cracked, he was even more shocked. The green bamboo had an extraordinary origin. Its power and hardness were equivalent to a pinnacle treasure. However, it actually cracked when it collided with the other party. What grade was the sword in the other party's hand? He couldn't believe it. Chapter 2208. He wanted to escape, but countless chaotic sword chi descended from the sky and cut his body into countless pieces. What? Another one died. The last elder's scalp went numb. He didn't expect another top powerhouse to die in the blink of an eye. He couldn't believe it. So in the next moment, he quickly burned the spiritual power in his body and turned around to escape. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xian's body swayed, and he blocked the way in an instant. Seeing that the other party was so fast, the elder's face was extremely ugly. Because he knew that the other party's speed far exceeded his, it would be difficult for him to escape. Thinking of this, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he took out a red pill the size of a walnut and quickly swallowed it. Whoosh! Ah! In less than 2 seconds after he swallowed the pill, the elder screamed crazily. A layer of red light rose from his body, and his skin was ignited. Countless flames burned. The old man's clothes were instantly torn apart, revealing the battle armor underneath. Ah! His expression was twisted, but the aura on his body had become more powerful than before. The bloodburst pill was a pill that could increase a warrior's strength. Of course, it was a forceful increase in strength. Although it was a temporary increase, the aftereffects were very terrifying. However, now that it was a matter of life and death, the elder could no longer care about the aftereffects. He could only deal with the young man in front of him first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive now, let alone in the future. Die, kid. After the elder's strength increased, he waved his hand and smashed down with his staff. Immediately, the void was shattered. His strength had increased. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. Instead, he used his movement technique to quickly dodge. As for the energy storm, it was destroyed by a few slashes of his sword. He looked ahead and frowned. He could clearly feel that the elder's strength was stronger than before. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then a ball of hellfire appeared on his body. At the same time, Sea God Ice appeared. The power of ice and fire intertwined on the surface of his body and finally turned into an ice and fire giant. He was very tall, and the aura of ice and fire intertwined on his body. He was like an ice and fire martial god looking down on the world. The martial god of ice and snow reached out and grabbed at the air in front of him. The fusion of the two types of ice and energy was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the void was pierced, and thousands of li were sealed in ice. It wanted to trap the elder from the Azure Bamboo Gang. Brat, my strength has already multiplied. You're no match for me. The old man laughed sinisterly, waved the green light in his hand, and quickly counterattacked. However, when he came into contact with the power of ice and fire, his expression changed again. This was because the power of ice and fire was far beyond his imagination. Whoosh! Ah! In an instant, the old man screamed miserably as the hellfire and sea god's ice instantly enveloped him. The next moment, he felt as if his body had been ignited, as if his entire body was about to burn. As for the other side of his body, it was like 10,000 miles of ice had been sealed. The power of ice and fire, the fusion of ice and fire. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The old man roared crazily. His body trembled violently because he had never seen such a terrifying power before. Ah! The old man screamed crazily. It was extremely miserable. His hair was disheveled as he let out a sharp howl. Lord Green Bamboo, please show yourself. The old man gritted his teeth and roared. Then, with a crack, he tore off his left arm. That arm was dripping with blood, but he couldn't care less about that. He was extremely crazy as he placed his left arm under the green bamboo in front of him. The runes on the green bamboo flickered. Then a mouth appeared and directly swallowed the left arm. Then it began to chew on it. This scene was extremely strange. A weapon actually grew a mouth and ate an arm of a pinnacle mighty figure. One had to admit that it was really too strange. At this moment, the green bamboo ate the arm of the pinnacle mighty figure, and its entire body shone brightly. The runes on it flickered rapidly. It was incomparably mysterious and constantly enlarged. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, it turned into 100 feet tall bamboo. It shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. Buzz. The bamboo leaves in the sky shook and turned into a rain of light that charged forward. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. This power was too terrifying. It could even kill a pinnacle mighty figure. What a strange bamboo. Lin Xian also frowned. He had never seen such a scene before. He still didn't know if this bamboo was a living thing or a weapon. However, facing the torrent of bamboo leaves, he quickly used his movement technique to dodge. At the same time, he waved his hands and the terrifying power of ice and fire surged forward. Boom, boom, boom. There was an intense collision, and the energy in front of him exploded. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared in another direction. He used his demon sealing technique, and the terrifying sword Qi slashed on the green bamboo. A terrifying crack appeared on it. This sword strike almost split the bamboo into two halves. Roar! The bamboo was also angry. As if it had really come to life, it let out a monstrous roar. In the next moment, it waved the branches in the sky and wrapped around the armless pinnacle old man. Moreover, the bamboo leaves pierced into the old man's flesh and quickly absorbed his blood. Ah, no, Lord Green Bamboo, please spare me. The pinnacle mighty figure screamed crazily and struggled nonstop. However, he couldn't escape at all. He was nailed in the void and could only watch as his blood and energy were sucked dry by the green bamboo. Gulp, gulp. Soon, the flesh and blood of the pinnacle mighty figure caved in, and in the end, only a human skin was left. As for the green bamboo, it shone brightly. Its body shrank again, turning into a 2-meter-tall bamboo man. It had a head and 4 limbs, but its entire appearance was like a puppet. Crack, crack, crack. As it moved its hands and legs, it made cracking sounds. Its movements were obviously very stiff and not as agile as humans. However, its speed was too fast, and its strength was very violent. It definitely surpassed the previous 3 pinnacle mighty figures, and was even stronger than the Flame City's city lord. What was that? Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he formed a seal, and the Hell's Ice Lotus flew out quickly. The other party was bamboo, which was also a plant type. It should be afraid of fire. Therefore, he used the Hell's fire, and the raging flames enveloped the other party, wanting to burn it to ashes. However, he didn't expect the green bamboo to be so tenacious. It wasn't damaged at all by the Hell's fire. Mysterious runes appeared on its body and floated in the void, blocking the Hell's fire. Not only that, a pale human face appeared in the square head. It was the old man whose blood had been sucked dry. His face appeared on the bamboo man's face. It was extremely strange. Chapter 2209. The ferocious face let out a crazy roar. Then, the light on the bamboo man's body became even more violent. The bamboo man stretched out its palm and quickly transformed into a dark green spear that emitted a cold aura. When the spear pierced out, a terrifying energy pierced through the void, and there was a rumbling sound between heaven and earth. One could imagine how terrifying that attack was. Ha ha ha, kid, go to hell. The human face let out a sinister smile. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt a sense of danger. However, he did not dodge. In the next moment, he gripped the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand tightly. The great dragon sword soul in his body quickly circulated. A terrifying aura of sword principle swept out. Boom! The ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down. The terrifying sword Qi tore through heaven and earth and slashed forward. In an instant, it hit the bamboo man's body, and there was a deafening rumble. "It's useless. You can't break it at all." The human face sneered disdainfully. However, in the next moment, its pupils constricted, and it let out a miserable scream. That was because the runes on the bamboo man's body began to shatter. There were also cracks on the surface of its body, and they were getting bigger and bigger. "No, damn it, that's impossible." The pale human face screamed crazily as if it could not believe it. That was because the origin of the bamboo was too mysterious. Even a top-grade weapon could not crack it. However, the other party's sword almost split it in half. What kind of sword was that? How could it be so powerful? It could actually block my attack? Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the bamboo to be so tough. But so what? Soon, he slashed out a few more sword chi. The terrifying sword chi flickered in the air and hit the bamboo man. Immediately, the cracks on the bamboo man became even bigger. Not long after, there was a loud bang, and it was torn apart. The human face screamed, then turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared into the void. A pool of blood flowed out of the bamboo man's body. It was done. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. However, at that moment, the void above the bamboo man was torn apart, and a terrifying black hole appeared. Moreover, an extremely violent force surged out from it. "Damn it, how dare you destroy my clone?" A cold voice sounded, accompanied by a large green hand, like a precious jade. It shot out of the black hole and instantly blasted forward. This palm was simply too terrifying. Everything within a radius of 100,000 miles exploded in an instant. Lin Xian also felt a terrifying sense of crisis. He instantly entered the black earth. Boom, boom. The black earth was bombarded by the energy and was sent tumbling away. Fortunately, it was only a shock. The black tycoon was extremely tough and did not crack. The black earth slowly came to a stop after retreating for 30,000 miles. The shattered space within a radius of 100,000 miles was quickly mending itself. It didn't take long for the space to return to normal. In the distance, the black vortex had also disappeared. The large green hand had also disappeared. Damn it, what the hell is that? This was too terrifying. The dark red dragon was horrified. That palm strike from before had also given him a feeling of death. Fortunately, they had the black earth, which could withstand such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, all of them would have been finished just now. This was at least a peerless almighty, or an even more terrifying existence. Black Earth said in a deep voice. He did not expect such a person to make a move. Fortunately, he seemed to be very far away and could only rely on his connection with the green bamboo man to make a move. Now that the green bamboo man was completely shattered, he should not be able to make a move anymore. Lin Xian's gaze turned solemn. It seemed that this should be the top expert of the Green Bamboo Gang. Green Bamboo Gang, I will remember this. There will be a day when I will completely annihilate it. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and then came out of the black earth. He identified the direction and moved again, leaving this place. 12 main cities. The nearest Qilin main city was more than 10 days away. However, Lin Xian was not worried about this time. He was worried that his identity would be exposed when he entered Qilin main city. After all, even Flame City could detect his tracks. As one of the 12 main cities, there must be even more terrifying experts. Moreover, these people might even guess that he wanted to use the super teleportation array. Therefore, Lin Xian did not plan to enter directly. He planned to use a clone to enter and check if it was safe. After flying for about 13 days, Lin Xian finally arrived at Qilin City. This city was 10 times bigger than the Flame City from before. Its aura was extremely majestic, as though there was a black Qilin entrenched on the ground. As expected of one of the 12 main cities, it was incomparably majestic. Lin Xian landed in a mountain range 20,000 miles away from Qilin City. Then he created a clone. This clone was exactly the same as him. It was condensed from his pure energy. This cultivation technique came from the All Beginnings Holy Land. The moment the clone appeared, it looked at Lin Xian with a smile on its face. In the next moment, its figure flashed, and it soared into the sky, preparing to head towards Qilin City. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and silently waited. A wisp of his soul had already entered this clone. Therefore, he could also know what this clone was experiencing. This clone possessed 80% of Lin Xian's strength. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. However, it could only exist for 3 days at most. After 3 days, even if no one attacked it and it wasn't killed, it would vanish into thin air. Moreover, this clone did not have the great dragon sword soul or the heavenly secret divine eyes. Of course, none of this was important. Lin Xian's main purpose in using this clone was to check if there was any danger. 20,000 miles was nothing to Lin Xian's clone. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to arrive. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian's clone landed on the ground. He strode towards the city in front of him. As he walked, his face also changed. Buzz. When Lin Xian's clone entered Qilin City, there were at least 3 places in the city that were emitting light. Numerous figures looked at the signal in front of them and sneered. As expected, that brat came here. He wanted to use the super transmission array to leave the Tai dynasty. Fat chance. Capture him. We must deliver him to the war race. That's right. We have to act quickly. I heard that the war race has already received the news and is preparing to head to the Tai dynasty. Immediately, more than 10 figures rushed out of the entire Qilin City and followed behind her. They turned into a torrent and left Qilin City. The other 2 people also made their moves. They gathered their subordinates again and quickly rose into the sky. They belonged to different monarchs' mansions, and at this moment, they were also fighting for themselves. However, when it was time to search, they could work together. However, when it was time to capture him, they would probably still fight over him. However, they could not care so much now. They had to find that detestable brat first. The 3 forces flew out of Qilin City in a mighty manner. For a moment, tens of thousands of miles outside Qilin City were covered, and a carpet search was carried out. Lin Xian was in the mountain range of 20,000 miles, so naturally, he could not escape. However, he had already found out about these things through his clone, so he did not plan to escape. Since those people dared to come after him, he planned to give them a big present. Lin Xian had killed quite a number of experts, and the resources and storage rings of these experts were all in his hands. Therefore, he had already started to set up killing formations with the dark red divine dragon. At that moment, he had already set up more than 10 killing formations in the mountain range where he was. Not only that, he also took out all the crystals in the hands of those powerhouses to provide energy for the Black Earth. This time, no matter who it was, even if it was a peerless powerhouse, he would not let them leave. He wanted the entire Tai dynasty to know that there was only one consequence for those who dared to hunt him down. That was death. Found him. I can sense his aura. There he is. A cry of surprise came from the sky. That was because they discovered that there was a powerful aura in the mountain range below that seemed to be stopping. The 3 peerless powerhouses were even more ecstatic. That was because they discovered that the aura was exactly the same as the clone's aura in Qilin City. Needless to say, it should be the brat they were looking for. Humph, let's see where you can run this time. An old man gritted his teeth. He had already changed into a new Taoist robe. The other 2 also had gloomy expressions. They were very unhappy that they had suffered a loss at the hands of a brat. In the next moment, the three peerless powerhouses waved their hands and led their subordinates downwards in a grandiose manner. Buzz! They sealed off the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. The three peerless powerhouses raised their hands and set up formations to seal off the area. Then, they quickly descended with their subordinates. Below, in a cave, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as they pierced through the void. He smiled coldly. They were here. Buzz! Lin Xian's body swayed. He left the cave and came to the ground in front of him. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 22:11. One had to know that they had brought more than 100 subordinates with them. Among them, there were many top-notch, elite, and other powerhouses. And the three of them were even more peerless powerhouses. With such a lineup, not to mention a brat, even a peerless powerhouse wouldn't be able to escape. But why wasn't the other party afraid? He even had a fearless look on his face. Could it be that there was an ambush here? In their opinion, since Lin Xian dared to make a move on the Golden Lion King, he must have some backing behind him. However, after scanning the area with their souls, they didn't find any powerful figures hiding in ambush. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Kid, don't try to be mysterious. There's no one here. Do you think that you can fool us with some tricks? Stop resisting and come back with us obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up very miserably. How dare you plot against us? I'll break your limbs first. I'll let you have a taste of the consequences of offending me. The three peerless powerhouses' voices were cold. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, containing a monstrous aura. That gaze seemed to want to pierce through Lin Xian. The surrounding experts and Almighty sneered. Lin Xian also laughed. Is that so? You want to catch me? No hurry. Have a taste of the big gift I've prepared for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the dark red dragon came out of the black earth with a sinister smile. Ha ha, foolish humans, I can't wait any longer. The dark red dragon was like an old monster as he laughed wildly. His dragon claws danced, and more than a dozen killing formations quickly lit up. There was an ambush. The three peerless powerhouses were stunned, looking at the rapidly flickering formations around them. They sneered. Indeed, there was an ambush. However, they didn't expect that it wasn't other powerhouses, but more than a dozen formations. But so what? It was only a few spirit arrays. How could it possibly hurt them? These people sneered disdainfully. They didn't think that the other party had any terrifying formations. But this time, they were wrong. The formations in the dark red dragon's hands were incomparably mysterious. Furthermore, there were countless ancient books inside the black earth. Most of them were about array formations, pills, and cultivation techniques. During this period of time, the dark red divine dragon had been inside the black earth, studying the array formations left behind from ancient times. Coupled with his own experience, it could be said that his current attainments in array formations were definitely beyond the imagination of these people. Boom, boom. Therefore, when more than 10 killing arrays were activated, the surrounding experts and mighty figures were instantly attacked fiercely. Many people were directly penetrated by the terrifying energy and turned into a large bloody mist that drifted in the air. Ah, ah, ah. Screams rang out one after another as blood flowed out. It was like hell on earth. The expressions of the three supreme beings changed as well. Damn it, die for me. One of the old men roared in anger. His palm struck out with terrifying power, shattering the mountain peak. Several formations were affected by the shock waves. However, at this moment, Lin Xian sneered. Old man, don't be hasty. I still have other gifts for the three of you. Humph! Do you think you can deal with the three of us with just these spirit formations of yours? You're too naive. The woman in yellow sneered disdainfully. The three of them were supreme beings, and such spirit formations might be dangerous to ordinary mighty figures. But to them, it was completely useless. The other middle-aged man also sneered. Kid, don't waste your energy. The realm of a supreme being is not something you can imagine. Just surrender obediently, otherwise you'll die a horrible death. I'll die a horrible death? Lin Xian sneered. I think the ones who will die a horrible death are you. As he said that, he waved his hand, and a black spirit ship appeared behind him. At the same time, Lin Xian's figure flashed and entered the black earth. The dark red divine dragon also entered. On the opposite side, the three supreme beings sneered disdainfully. Kid, you dare to threaten us? You really don't know what's good for you. However, when they saw the black earth, they were stunned. What's going on? Does this kid think that he can escape from our pursuit by entering a spirit ship? What an idiot. Humph, it's just a spirit ship. Does he really think it's a safe place? Kid, you're too naive. The old man sneered and waved his hand. A large hand of thunder grabbed over. This hand contained the power of thunder and lightning. It directly pierced through the void and enveloped the black earth with a terrifying aura. Break! The old man shouted coldly. The thunder palm exerted force, wanting to crush the black earth. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he realized that the black earth in his hand was incomparably hard and could not be crushed at all. Damn it, it's actually so hard. The old man was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that the other party's spirit ship was indeed strange. It could actually withstand his power. The other two peerless almighties were stunned as well. What kind of spirit ship is that? It can withstand the power of a supreme being? No wonder this kid is so confident. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. I have to say, it's really surprising. But do you think you can avoid being hunted like this? I'll let you know the power of a supreme being. The old man sneered and exerted force in his palm. The aura of thunder and lightning in his body surged out. The large hand of thunder exploded with an incomparable light. The space between heaven and earth was completely penetrated by thunder and lightning. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he realized that the black earth in his hand was not broken. Damn it! How could this be? That's impossible. The Supreme Being was shocked. What is this thing? How can it be so hard? There isn't even a crack on it. Boom, boom. However, at that moment, countless runes appeared on the black earth. They turned into beams of divine light and directly pierced through the hand of thunder. Ah! That peerless almighty exclaimed and loosened his grip. His face was filled with shock and uncertainty. At that moment, a cold voice sounded from inside the black earth. Next, I'll let you have a taste of death. Buzz, boom. Following Lin Xian's voice, countless runes on the black earth flickered. Then, it turned into a beam of black light and suddenly shot out. Boom. The void in front of him was instantly blasted apart. A beam of black light flew out like lightning and directly enveloped the old man. That was another peerless almighty. What kind of existence could actually kill a peerless almighty of the same level? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. However, at this time, another two exclamations sounded. What? Pink King and White Sword King. They were actually killed too. Another two peerless almighty had been killed. Everyone's brains were not enough to comprehend this. Each and every one of them was dumbstruck. Some of the more cowardly ones even turned around and fled. What kind of joke was this? Three peerless almighty were killed together. Who was it? This method was too heaven-defying. Many elders even suspected that an invincible king had secretly made a move. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this matter. Everyone was discussing spiritedly because this news was too shocking. In the crowd, a few people frowned, because these people knew that whether it was Thunder and Lightning King, Pink King, or White Sword King, they were all here to capture Lin Xian. But now, they were all killed by someone. All the King Almighty they brought were killed. Not a single one was left alive. Could it be that it was Lin Xian who did it? Impossible. That kid was just a junior king. He didn't have such great strength. These people shook their heads decisively. Then, the only explanation was that there was an incomparably terrifying figure behind Lin Xian. Damn it. They were too careless. This kid definitely had a family force behind him or a monstrous background. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so powerful at such a young age. Moreover, he even dared to kill the Golden Lion King. These people were shocked. They guessed that Lin Xian's background was probably extraordinary. No, they had to report this to the Crown Prince. At the same time, they had to strengthen the defenses of the 12 main cities. They definitely couldn't let this kid escape using the super teleportation array. Otherwise, it would be difficult to catch him. Many people soared into the sky. Some passed on the news, and some returned to Qilin City to strengthen the defenses. In short, this news swept out like a gust of wind. When the martial artists of Qilin City learned that 3 peerless almighty had been killed, they were also stunned. On the other side, in the Tai dynasty's palace, when the crown prince heard the news, he was furious. With a bang, he cut the entire palace in half. Damn it! Damn it! He roared crazily because he didn't believe that he hadn't caught that kid yet. Not only that, but he had also lost so many of his subordinates. The death of those 3 almighty figures shocked him greatly. What was going on? What was that kid's background? He didn't know. He hadn't found out yet. His subordinates were also trembling. The crown prince snorted coldly. Hurry up and investigate. Also, strengthen the defenses of the 12 main cities. They definitely couldn't let this kid use the super teleportation array. Yes. Each of the 12 main cities had at least 20 peerless almighty figures and defensive formations. It could be said that they were impregnable. Unless an invincible king came, no one would be able to use the super teleportation array of the 12 main cities. Hearing this, the crown prince heaved a sigh of relief. With such a lineup, even if that kid had a powerful background, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 22:13. The first prince heaved a sigh of relief. With such a lineup, even if that brat had a huge background, he would not be able to escape. Not only the first prince, but the third prince also frowned when he received the news. Damn it, that brat is really lucky. Go, quickly send more people to search for that brat's whereabouts. Once you have any news, report it to me immediately. Yes. The third prince's side also moved quickly. After the 8th prince received the news, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Brother Lin is fine. The 8th prince was also on tenterhooks these days. After all, most of the forces were trying to capture Lin Xian. He was not confident at all. What he could do was to try his best to rope in the other princes and princes so that they would give up on making a move on Lin Xian. However, when he heard the news that 3 peerless experts were killed, the 8th prince was still shocked. Although there was no direct evidence that it was Lin Xian who did it, thinking about it, it was definitely related to Lin Xian. No matter if it was Lin Xian who did it or if there was a terrifying expert behind Lin Xian, it was good news for him. However, soon, a piece of news came that caused the 8th prince's face to sink again. He even started to worry for Lin Xian, because his subordinate had reported to him a piece of news. The people of the war race had arrived. The war race was a legendary race that was extremely terrifying. The Golden Lion King was a young six-star king and already possessed heaven-defying battle strength. Now, the true experts of the war race had arrived. Needless to say, the ones who came this time were definitely not of the younger generation. They were valiant people. Such people were definitely heaven-defying and terrifying. If they attacked Lin Xian would probably be in danger. Brother Lin, you must not encounter the experts of the war race. The 8th prince prayed in his heart. As for the empress, the 1st prince, the 3rd prince, and the others, when they heard the news, they were overjoyed. Especially the 1st prince and the empress. They personally invited the experts of the war race to the palace. The battle race powerhouse that came this time was a man who looked to be around 30 years old. But his real age was definitely not in his 30s. This was an expert who had lived for nearly 800 years. His cultivation was at the almighty level. However, no one knew his true combat strength. After all, the war clan was born for battle. It was obvious that their strength far surpassed that of ordinary almighties. Zhang Wuhan stood there with a cold expression. His long and narrow eyes were emotionless. Where was the Golden Lion King's corpse? Zhang Wuhan said coldly. Even though he was facing the empress and the eldest prince, he did not show any respect. The corpse was in that kid's hands. The 1st prince said, "Humph." Hearing this, Zhang Wuhan snorted coldly. His expression became extremely gloomy. To be honest, he had never thought that the Golden Lion King would be killed by someone. Not even its corpse could be found. When this news reached the war race, the entire war race flew into a rage. They were the war clan, born for battle. Their strength was terrifying. As for the Golden Lion King, he was the apex genius of their generation. He was their battle race's future hope. But now, he was killed by someone. Who was it that dared to kill a genius of the war race? Previously, when the Empress asked the Golden Lion King to attack, they were not worried at all. Because as long as the Golden Lion King revealed his identity as a genius of the war race, even an unparalleled king would not dare to kill him, because whoever wanted to touch the Golden Lion King would have to consider the consequences of offending the war race. Therefore, even an unparalleled almighty or unparalleled king would not easily offend the war race. But now, a junior had actually killed the Golden Lion King. Moreover, not even his corpse was left behind. This was absolutely audacious. What was the meaning of death? Where was that kid now? Zhang Wuhan asked coldly. Right now, he only wanted to quickly capture that kid and bring him back to the war race to be judged. That kid had appeared in Qilin City before, but now that he thought about it, he should have left. Right at this moment, Great General Xianning spoke as well. He said, "Brother Wuhan, don't worry. We have already sent more people to track down that kid. As long as we have news of him, we will inform you immediately." "Good. This time I will personally capture that kid. I will let him know the consequences of offending the war race." At this point, Zhang Wuhan's body emitted a biting, cold killing intent. Sensing this killing intent, the expressions of the Crown Prince and General Xianning changed. Even the Empress raised her brows. But in their hearts, they were extremely excited. From the looks of it, this Lin Xian would definitely not be able to survive. On the other side, Lin Xian used the Black Earth to kill 3 almighties before leaving. He did not enter Qilin City because he knew that Qilin City was extremely dangerous at this moment. Who knew how many almighties were waiting for him there? Even though he had the Black Earth, which could destroy almighties, its energy was limited. He could not kill many of them. Every time he used the Black Earth, it required a large amount of energy. Fortunately, he had killed many powerhouses and obtained many storage rings. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use the Black Earth. Ruffian dragon, how long do you have to recover to the almighty realm? Soon. During this period of time, I have absorbed the heart of darkness and the primordial demon blood. I think it won't take long for me to break through. All right then, when you break through, let's go and do something big. Kid, do you have a plan? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian said, previously, when I collected the soul of an almighty, I found that these people were all under the command of a person called General Xianing. General Xianing is the crown prince's uncle. Do you want to attack General Xianing? Or do they want to attack the first prince? Ruffian Dragon was a little excited. None of them. General Xianing has a general's residence, and there is a super teleportation array in his residence. I think, since the 12 main cities are so tightly guarded, why don't we go to the general's residence and borrow the teleportation array? Good idea. I like it. Hearing this, the dark red dragon smiled. Don't worry, kid. Give me 5 more days and I promise to break through, the dark red dragon said. He had reached a bottleneck and could break through at any time. He was just looking for an opportunity. All right. Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly left. He wanted to find a barren mountain and ancient forest to help the dark red dragon break through. Sure enough, 5 days later, the dark red dragon roared. The aura in his body suddenly erupted and swept through heaven and earth. The roar of a dragon reverberated in the forest. All the monsters in the surroundings prostrated on the ground, trembling. Even the powerful monster kings knelt down. No matter how powerful the monster kings were, they could not withstand the dragon's might. Roar, roar, roar. The dark red dragon's body danced in the air. With a light wave, it tore through the void. That huge aura suppressed the surroundings. It had recovered. Chapter 22:14. It couldn't be helped. The period of time when his dragon essence was sucked away was really too bitter. Now he had finally recovered to the almighty realm. He could also use some of his great abilities. Thinking of this, he roared excitedly. All right, stop roaring, lest you attract other experts. Lin Xian shouted from below. The dark red divine dragon's figure flashed, turned into a red light, and descended. Let's go and rob the general's mansion. I can't wait any longer. The dark red divine dragon grinned and said, The little white monkey also jumped out and waved its little paws excitedly. It seemed like it wanted to do something big too. Lin Xian was speechless. What the hell? What do you mean by robbing the general's mansion? We're just going to borrow the super teleportation array. Okay? Don't worry. You borrow the teleportation array, Little White, and I will rob the general's mansion. This Xianing has been commanding his subordinates to chase after us. This time, it's time for him to bleed a little. Oh, right, kid. How is the general's mansion? Is it heavily guarded? And Hong was a little worried. The general's mansion is indeed more heavily guarded, but I think it's definitely not as good as the 12 main cities. Lin Xian said, because they definitely won't guess that we're going to the general's mansion. All right, I'll go prepare a few killing arrays. They might be useful when the time comes. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and returned to the black earth. The little white monkey lay on Lin Xian's shoulder, hugging a spirit fruit. Let's go. Lin Xian took out the map, identified the direction, and left in a flash. This time, he was flying towards the general's mansion. General Xianing's mansion was not in the 12 main cities, nor was it in the imperial city. It was self-contained. The general's mansion was in a mountain range with abundant spirit chi. When Lin Xian arrived, he stood in the void, looked down, and exclaimed. He had to admit that General Xianing's mansion was really bold and extravagant. Its size was not smaller than Flame City at all. Flame City was a city, and this was just a general's mansion. One could imagine how awe-inspiring General Xianing was. Not only that, there were spirit springs all around, and the spirit energy below was very rich. It was obvious that General Xianying's residence occupied a good spirit vein. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but the scenery was also beautiful. There was a waterfall in the distance, a lake beside it, grass, forests, trees, and everything else one could think of. It looked like a paradise on earth. The dark red divine dragon also poked its head out and looked down, drooling. Such a good place. There must be a lot of treasures in the general's residence. He must not be soft-hearted later. He had to rob them properly. Lin Xian nodded, but he didn't go down rashly. Ruffian dragon, there should be a formation around us, right? Let's destroy it first. At that time, he would give them a surprise. Good idea. I like it. The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. His body turned into a red flash of light and disappeared into the mountains below. Lin Xian found a safe place and waited patiently. About 3 days later, the dark red divine dragon returned with a smile on his face. It's done. I've destroyed the defensive formation here, but it's not obvious now. When they activate it, they'll realize that it's useless. I've also tampered with their offensive formation. When the time comes, I'll give them a big surprise. All right, let's get ready. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He stood up and walked forward. There was a lake in front of the general's residence. It was very green, and there were many martial artists around the lake. They were all young, about 20 years old, and the younger ones were 15 or 16 years old. They were currently sparring by the lake, and it seemed like they were from the general's residence. It had to be said that the people from the general's residence were not bad. Just the superpowers that these young people used were extremely powerful. Their radiance shone in all directions. Of course, this was nothing in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked over with big strides, completely ignoring these people. He was about to enter the general's residence. When the youths by the lake saw this scene, they frowned. Among them, a young man with a round face walked out and shouted coldly, "Who are you?" Lin Xian didn't bother with him, but the little fatty was furious. He waved his arm, and a sword that shone brightly slashed out. Boom! A crack appeared on the ground. Boom! The ground in front of Lin Xian caved in, and a deep pit appeared. The other young people walked over and stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, who are you? Do you know where you are? This is the general's residence. It's not somewhere you can come and go as you please. Hurry up and crawl out. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to us 10 times and we'll let you go. Otherwise, we'll break your legs and feed you to the dogs." Damn, he's so vicious at such a young age. At the side, the dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. This group of young people looked young, but their words were extremely vicious. They wanted to break someone's legs and feed them to the dogs. Are they human? They're a bunch of demons. Where did this snake come from? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? You lowly trash. How can you be worthy of coming to the general's residence? Get lost. Damn, you're the snake. Your whole family are snakes. The dark red divine dragon was furious and swung its tail. Bam! The little fatty who spoke was slapped in the face. He screamed as he was sent flying. With a plop, he fell into the water, creating countless splashes. What? Attack! How dare you attack? You sent our 6th young master flying. The surrounding people were stunned. Who is this person? How dare he attack in front of the general's residence? Did he not want to live anymore? Kid, you're dead meat. This is our 6th young master. Among them, a young man in his 20s snorted coldly. Kneel down and accept your death. Where's that snake? I'm going to catch it and eat snake soup. Angry roars could be heard. Bang, bang, bang. However, in the next moment, all of them screamed and were sent flying by the dragon's tail. All of them were sent flying and fell into the water. Splash, splash. The water kept splashing, and there was still no one by the shore. Ah, damn it! Kill him! I must kill him! In the lake, these people kept screaming. Their faces were swollen, and their teeth were broken. These were all young masters who lived like princes and had never suffered any injuries. But now they were slapped into pig heads. Their lungs were about to explode from anger. These people gritted their teeth and wanted to risk their lives. They did not know that the dark red divine dragon had already stopped. Otherwise, these people's heads would have exploded long ago. However, these youths did not know that at this moment they were screaming crazily. Where was he? Chapter 22:15. Boom, boom, boom. They were very close to the general's mansion. So, when the patrolling guards in front of the general's mansion saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They turned into streams of light and quickly rushed over. One of the teams went to save the young masters who had fallen into the water, while the other team surrounded Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. They were wearing bronze armor, and their expressions were extremely cold. They even pulled out the swords and sabers in their hands. They firmly surrounded Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The other team rescued the young masters. However, their expressions became extremely gloomy. In fact, they did not dare to believe it. At that moment, the faces of the 5 or 6 youths were completely swollen, as if they had pig heads. Who was it that dared to do such a thing? One had to know that the identities of these people were very noble. Did the man and the snake in front of them really want to die? The guards hurriedly took out spirit pills and miraculous medicines and fed them to the young masters. Those youths were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Kill him. Kill the 2 of them. Yes, the 10 guards of the other team had cold gazes. When they heard the words of those youths, their bodies emitted a biting, cold aura. Among them, there was a middle-aged guard who seemed to be the leader. He waved his arm and said coldly, "Kill them! How dare they injure those young masters in front of the general's mansion?" If the people inside found out, they would definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, these guards did not hold back at all. The swords, sabers, spears, and divine spears in their hands quickly slashed down. A terrifying light instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Humph! They were courting death. Seeing the 10 guards attack with all their might, those youths immediately sneered. They seemed to have seen Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon being killed. Boom! However, in the next moment, they were stunned because there was an explosion in front of them, and a terrifying energy instantly erupted. Then, guards vomited blood and flew out. Their eyes were wide open, and the vitality in their bodies had long been extinguished. What? They were all dead. In an instant, 10 guards were killed. Those youths were all stunned. Who were those people? How could they be so terrifying? These guards were all elite kings who had been carefully selected. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. If all 10 of them attacked together, they would be able to fight against an almighty. But now, they were all killed in an instant. They did not dare to imagine. The other team was also on high alert as they stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. As for those youths, their faces were filled with terror as they continuously retreated. Although they were arrogant, they were also afraid of death. However, the round-faced young master from before shouted coldly, "Go! Kill him! Kill him for me! Hurry up and send more people." The other team was led by an old man. His gaze was extremely solemn. Roar! He let out a long whistle to sound the alarm. At the same time, his gaze was like lightning as he looked ahead. "Damn it, who are you people? How dare you make a move in the general's residence? Are you tired of living? You're the ones who don't want to live. You actually dared to call me a snake? You're dead for sure today." The dark red divine dragon sneered and waved its claws. Immediately, dozens of red lights flew out and shrouded the area in front of it. "You're courting death." Seeing that the other party had attacked again, the old man roared angrily. The 9 guards beside him all drew their swords and sabers and attacked one after another. Bang, bang, bang. However, how could they fight against the dark red divine dragon? The dark red divine dragon was now a true almighty. His combat strength was extremely terrifying and was not weaker than Lin Xian. Therefore, dealing with 10 guards could be said to be a piece of cake for him. More than 10 red lights were like sharp swords that instantly pierced through the bodies of the 10 guards. Puff, puff, puff. The 10 guards widened their eyes and fell to the ground unwillingly. They could not believe that the intruder was so terrifying and powerful. As for the 5 or 6 youths, they were extremely terrified and began to tremble. "Damn it! How dare you touch me? You're dead for sure." Were all young masters of the general's residence. Those people looked terrified. "Don't kill them, but cripple their cultivation." Lin Xian said coldly. I like the feeling of living a life worse than death." The dark red divine dragon stared at those people. "Is the general's residence that impressive? How dare the dark general send people to kill us? I'll give him a big gift now." As he said that, the dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claw, and 5 or 6 rays of light flew out. Those rays of light blasted into the bodies of those youths and destroyed all the spiritual power in their bodies. The youths screamed and kept rolling on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear and despair because they knew that their cultivation had been crippled. Damn it! How dare you cripple me? I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely get my father to kill you." Those people screamed crazily. "How dare you scream?" Lin Xian snorted coldly and glanced at those people. Immediately, those young masters' scalps went numb. They did not dare to scream anymore, and their eyes were filled with endless fear. However, at that moment, more than 10 figures came out of the general's residence. They had rushed over after hearing the long screams outside. When they saw that the guards outside were all lying in pools of blood, they were all stunned. Then they roared, "Who dares to attack us here? Young master! Damn it! Let go of our young master!" They roared crazily and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his arm and suddenly swung it down. Boom! A ray of sword light flew out from his palm and turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed forward. Boom! This ray of sword light directly enveloped more than 10 martial artists. Screams were heard one after another. They were all slashed apart by the sword chi. Not only that, the sword did not weaken. Instead, the ray of light became even more resplendent and directly blasted into the general's residence. Boom! The majestic door of the general's residence was directly split open. A deep sword mark split the ground and spread into the general's residence. Boom, boom, boom. Huge rocks rolled down, the void split open, and smoke billowed. The commotion immediately alarmed the entire general's residence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Beams of light shot up into the sky as furious roars could be heard. Countless figures gathered in this direction. However, when they saw the shattered door of the general's residence, their expressions changed. All of them were extremely gloomy, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Someone actually dared to destroy the door of the general's residence. That really made them furious. One had to know that the door of the general's residence was carved with their faces. It was their faces. Now, someone actually dared to slap their faces in public. How could they tolerate that? In an instant, countless gazes were like sharp swords that stared at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon below. However, Soon, their pupils constricted because they realized that there were more than 10 figures lying in pools of blood beside the two of them. There were also 5 or 6 youths who were twitching nonstop. What? All the guards were killed. Chapter 22:16. They realized that there were more than a dozen figures lying in a pool of blood beside the two of them. There were also 5 or 6 youths twitching nonstop. What? All the guards were killed. They couldn't believe it. When they saw those youths, their scalps went numb. What's going on? That's their young master. He's also lying on the ground. Could it be that he's also killed? When they saw that the youth was still breathing, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, their expressions were also gloomy. These people actually dared to attack the young master of the general's residence. They were really courting death. Men, kill him for me. At this moment, an elder shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder spreading in all directions. Whoosh! In the sky, 4 figures quickly descended. They were like lightning, emitting a terrifying aura. These were 4-peak 6-star kings, and each of them had an aura that was even stronger than that of the previous team. They were like killing gods as they charged toward Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. 6-star kings? They're courting death. The dark red divine dragon sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flames. The terrifying dragon flames instantly surged out and enveloped the 4 6-star kings in front. Ah, ah, ah. Miserable screams could be heard. The 4 of them were ignited by the flames. They were like burning men. Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart. Damn it! Behind them, the elder's expression became extremely gloomy when he saw this scene. Attack. Next to him, another 3 cultivators walked out. They quickly formed hand seals and spat out seawater. Boom, boom, boom. The seawater surged and instantly enveloped the 4 6-star kings. They wanted to use the seawater to extinguish the flames. However, these people's expressions became extremely ugly. This was because the flames weren't extinguished at all. Instead, all the seawater near the flames evaporated and burned, forming clouds of white mist that enveloped the surroundings. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with white mist. Even their figures couldn't be seen clearly. As for the 4 6-star kings, they fell to the ground. Their bodies were charred black, and they were no longer breathing. Looking at this scene, the cultivators in the general's residence at the back were extremely gloomy. That was because they didn't expect their opponent's methods to be so bizarre. That monstrous fire was not afraid of the seawater at all. It was impossible to extinguish it. One had to know that this seawater was no ordinary seawater. It was some kind of great divine ability. This was a type of deep-sea Xian water mystical ability. Once unleashed, ordinary flames were no match for it. Even the most powerful flames would be extinguished. However, not only was their opponent's flame completely fine, but it had also completely refined their deep-sea profound water. This was truly shocking. Damn it, who the hell are you? The old man asked coldly. He realized that these 2 people were not simple. Perhaps they had some background. However, when Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. What? Only now do you remember to ask about our identities. But it was too late. That's right. We're here to get rid of your general's residence. The dark red divine dragon roared from the side. What? Get rid of our general's residence? Hearing this, the people in the distance were stunned. Then they sneered disdainfully. Brat, I have to say, you guys are really idiots. Do you think that just the 2 of you can destroy the general's residence? The 2 of you do have some means, but you're too ignorant. Do you know where this place is? General Shen Ying's residence. There are many experts inside, and the array formations are exquisite. Even if a peerless, mighty figure comes, they'll be killed. Do you think that just the two of you can contend against them? Hee hee. Isn't it just a general's residence? Why are you making it sound so powerful? Those who don't know might think that it's a palace. The dark red divine dragon sneered disdainfully. Show me whatever means you have. Let's see if you can stun me today. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. In front, a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair and a gloomy face. There was a biting, cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Someone actually dared to behave atrociously in front of the general's residence. He was courting death. The murderous intent on his body was soaring to the sky and directly shattered the void. A terrifying aura shrouded the surroundings. He could no longer hold it in and wanted to kill the other party. Mighty figure. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He still had no intention of making a move. At the side, the dark red divine dragon revealed a look of disdain. You're just a mighty figure. You don't have the right to clamor in front of us. I advise you to hurry up and attack together. Otherwise, you'll die miserably. You're courting death. Hearing that, the middle-aged mighty figure was enraged. He couldn't take it anymore. The other party was too arrogant and didn't even take him seriously. He was a mighty figure. The two of them looked extremely strange, but thinking about it, it was definitely impossible for them to be mighty figures. Did they think that mighty figures were cabbages he had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years before he became a mighty figure? In the next moment, he laughed. You're courting death. With a wave of his arm, his green Taoist robe suddenly expanded, especially his sleeves, which turned into a monstrous green river that swept over. Boom! The void instantly shattered, and a terrifying energy surged in all directions. The resplendent light filled the sky. How dare you behave atrociously in front of me with such petty tricks? The dark red divine dragon sneered in disdain. He raised his dragon claws and directly grabbed over. He was very bold and didn't dodge at all. Seeing this scene, the people from the general's residence in the distance sneered in disdain. A snake actually dares to resist the attack of a mighty figure with his bare hands? Isn't that courting death? However, they were soon stunned, because in front of them, the dark red divine dragon's dragon claws collided with the green energy, and a violent explosion immediately sounded. The void exploded in an instant as terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. However, the green robe was instantly torn apart. Bang! The expression of the middle-aged, mighty figure changed. His robe was directly shattered, revealing a section of his arm. Damn it! How is this possible? The middle-aged, mighty figure was extremely shocked. That wasn't an ordinary sleeve. That attack was called a heaven and earth sleeve. It was a great ability that could store mountains and rivers with a raise of one's hand. Legend had it that when cultivated to the extreme, one could store an entire world. Now that he had used such a great ability to fight against a snake, not only did it not have any effect, but his heaven and earth sleeve was also broken by the other party. This really shocked him to the core. Damn it, impossible. I don't believe it. The middle-aged mighty figure roared angrily, and his entire body emitted a resplendent light. In the next moment, he reached out his large hand and grabbed over again. Demonic flame hand. When he reached out his palm, a green light flickered on it, turning into a strange green flame that burned strangely. An incomparably mysterious power burst out. The void in the sky was instantly shattered, and a terrifying green light covered the entire space. Chapter 22:17. The people from the general's residence sneered again. They were also stunned when they saw the universe in the sleeve being broken. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful, but now they saw the middle-aged man using the demonic flame hand. They became ferocious again. That was because the demonic flame hand was even more terrifying than the universe in the sleeve, especially the green flames that could burn everything. Playing with fire in front of me? You're courting death. Seeing this, the dark red dragon sneered. The dark red dragon sneered in disdain because his dragon flames were extremely terrifying. The other party was courting death by comparing the power of his flames with him. Therefore, in the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out clouds of dragon flames. Boom, boom. The terrifying dragon flames emitted light and surged forward. The entire void was trembling as the space was ignited in an instant because the power of the dragon flames was too terrifying. Boom. In the next moment, it collided with the demonic flame hand, producing a shocking collision sound. A scream was heard, and everyone was stunned. The green light on the demonic flame hand was instantly extinguished. Not only that, but cracks also began to appear on the dark green palm. Then it exploded with a loud bang. The middle-aged man frantically retreated, holding his bleeding arm with a ferocious expression. Horror, extreme horror. He stared at the dark red dragon in front of him and felt his scalp go numb. Damn it, how is this possible? I don't believe it. The people behind were also stunned. How is this possible? That was the demonic flame hand, a great ability that was even more terrifying than the universe in the sleeve. The demonic flame hand could burn everything. In their opinion, they could instantly kill the other party. But now, the situation was beyond their expectations. Such a terrifying demonic flame hand was shattered by the other party in an instant. They couldn't believe it at all. On the other side, the dark red dragon sneered. I told you, you're courting death by playing with fire in front of me. In the next moment, he waved his dragon claws and grabbed forward. This grab brought with it a domineering and powerful energy. It covered the entire sky as it surged forward, wanting to envelop the middle-aged almighty. Damn it! This is too much! The middle-aged man roared angrily. The other party had underestimated him and dared to treat him like this. He couldn't stand it. In the next moment, he roared, and the inner strength in his body surged out crazily. Demonic flames slash. Extinguish. Countless green flames jumped out of his body and turned into a green flaming saber that slashed down from the sky. Die for me. The flaming saber was incomparably terrifying. It directly shattered the void and crashed onto the dragon claw. Seeing this, the middle-aged mighty figure sneered. He was going to chop off the other party's hand to avenge himself. However, a moment later, he was scared out of his wits. What revenge? He didn't even dare to think about it. This was because his jade green flaming saber had directly broken through the opponent's dragon claw and smashed it into pieces. Not only that, the red claw descended from the sky. With an indomitable aura, it enveloped him. It was as if a red mountain was pressing down on him. No, save me. Unable to hold it in any longer, the middle-aged, mighty figure shrieked in terror. This was because he realized that his opponent was too strong. He couldn't withstand this claw attack at all. Therefore, he sent out a cry for help. Behind him, the warriors of the general's residence roared when they saw this scene. They shot out beams of light in an attempt to save the middle-aged mighty figure. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy blasted onto the dragon claw, but it was useless. The dark red divine dragon's red claw was very stable and impregnable. It blocked all the attacks. In the next moment, it mercilessly descended. Boom. With a slap of the claw, the illusory technique shattered, and countless cracks spread in all directions. The middle-aged, mighty figure screamed in agony as he was smashed into pieces. His body suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. What? He was killed. Seeing the scene, everyone was dumbfounded. In the distance, the warriors of the general's residence had ugly expressions and their eyelids were twitching wildly. They couldn't believe that a mighty figure had been killed with a single slap. Who the hell was this person? What kind of energy would be able to do this? Damn it. How could this be? The pupils of the old man who was leading the group also constricted. He realized that he had indeed underestimated the other party. Originally, he thought that the two of them couldn't be mighty figures and couldn't block the attack of a mighty figure. But now, it seemed that he was gravely mistaken. The other party's power was far above his. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to act cool anymore. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a bronze shield, then slammed his palm on it. Clang, 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 clang. Sound waves spread out in all directions. Obviously, this was a kind of alarm. The old man was asking for help from the general's residence. Whoosh. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon soared into the sky and spat out balls of dragon flames. The terrifying flames surged forward like waves. Run quickly. In front, the people of the general's residence were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. This flame was something that could even burn a mighty figure to death. How could they resist it? So, in the next moment, they quickly fled. Puff, 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 puff. But at this moment, flaming spears appeared in the flames that filled the sky. They pierced through the void and pierced through all the warriors. Those people were pierced through and nailed to death in the void. Then they were wrapped in flames and burned to ashes one by one. Screams were heard one after another as those warriors fell in droves. But at this moment, dozens of lights rushed out from the general's residence. Each of them emitted a powerful aura like a god fiend as they soared into the sky. At the same time, angry roars were heard. Damn it, stop it. Boom. A large blue palm slammed down from the sky and extinguished many of the flames. Buzz. A sharp saber light emitted a shocking light and slashed through the dragon flames, splitting the sea of flames in the sky. Boom. A bronze bell descended from the sky like a green mountain. It covered the remaining survivors and blocked the sea of flames in the sky. They were saved. The old man who led the group heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly waved the bronze shield in front of him to block the flames. He knew that the mighty figures of the general's residence had arrived. That's right. The ones who came this time were indeed the mighty figures of the general's residence. All of them were mighty figures. Other than the ordinary lords, there were also elite mighty figures, and even a top mighty figure holding the fort. The arrival of such a group of mighty figures caused the void to collapse. Countless cracks appeared in the sky as it couldn't withstand their aura at all. However, these mighty figures were like killing gods as they stared coldly in front of them. What was going on? Among them, one of the elite mighty figures frowned. The scene in front of him was really terrible. The door of the general's residence had been smashed by someone. Deep pits and cracks appeared on the ground below. The surrounding mountains and trees were completely burned. Even the green lake was evaporated. Corpses were everywhere as blood flowed wildly. In the distance, the few young masters of the general's residence were also knocked to the ground as they twitched and screamed. That was because they discovered that the figure that was pierced turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated with the wind. Damn it. It was an afterimage. Many people exclaimed. However, the pupils of the elite supreme expert who attacked shrank. That was because he felt an incomparably terrifying murderous intent behind him. Damn it. The elite supreme expert roared angrily and swept out the spear in his hand, cutting off the entire space. However, it didn't hurt the other party at all. However, at this moment, a palm grabbed his head. Boom. In the next moment, a huge force came from the palm. Immediately, the elite supreme expert screamed in pain as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Not only that, but his body also fell like a meteor. Then he landed on the ground. Boom. The ground cracked open and countless deep pits appeared. The elite supreme expert's body smashed into the ground. He struggled crazily, causing the cracks around him to become even more terrifying. However, a hand firmly grabbed his head, making it impossible for him to break free. This pair of hands naturally belonged to Lin Xian. He grabbed the other party's head with a disdainful smile. Elite supreme expert? In my eyes, you're just trash. As he said that, he exerted force with his palm. Immediately, a terrifying force surged out from his palm and poured into the elite supreme expert's body. In an instant, the elite supreme expert's flesh and internal organs were destroyed. With a bang, the elite supreme expert turned into a snow mist. What? He was killed. Everyone went crazy. They couldn't believe it. That was an elite supreme expert. He was killed so easily just like that. It made them feel like they were dreaming, especially those cultivators who had survived earlier. They were all trembling. Heavens, this young man was even more terrifying. Previously, they already thought that the dark red divine dragon was very terrifying. They didn't expect this handsome young man to be even more terrifying. He killed an elite supreme expert with a raise of his hand. Damn it, who are they? Could they be top supreme experts? For a moment, everyone trembled and kept retreating. At the same time, they all looked at a figure in the field. This figure was the top supreme expert. The top supreme expert's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect this young man to have such power. To be honest, only top supreme experts could kill elite supreme experts in an instant. The other party had done it. It was obvious that he had also entered the ranks. However, he found it hard to believe that the other party had reached this realm at such a young age. He didn't know, but now he didn't have time to think. He had to attack and kill the other party. Boom. In the next moment, the top supreme expert attacked. His strength was several times stronger than the elite supreme expert. Therefore, the moment he appeared, the surrounding void instantly collapsed. Boom. This pinnacle mighty being wielded a long black spear and stabbed out rapidly. Thousands of rays of light shot out in a row, piercing through the void and heading towards Lin Xian. Boom. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he dodged all the attacks like a flickering shadow. In the sky, black holes appeared one after another. They couldn't withstand this power at all. How terrifying! The cultivators, watching the battle from afar, were extremely shocked. Chapter 22:19. As expected of a pinnacle mighty figure, his strength definitely exceeded that of an elite mighty figure. Probably no one below the level of a peerless mighty figure could contend against him. Great, that kid can't fight back at all. He can only dodge. It seems like he's no match for a pinnacle mighty figure. That's right, I must tear him into pieces when I catch him. I'll pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I'll make him wish he was dead. I must let him know the consequences of offending the general's residence. Cold laughter could be heard. To them, the battle was already over. A pinnacle mighty figure could definitely suppress everything. That kid won't be able to escape either. In the sky, the terrifying spear radiance was like a galaxy. It was extremely dazzling as it chased after Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless black flames appeared on his body and burned fiercely. He was like a god of fire as he charged forward. Hellfire spread out and surged forward, colliding with the spear radiance. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the spear radiance that filled the sky shattered. Those dazzling attacks were all burning. Damn it! How is this possible? The pinnacle mighty figure screamed. His eyes were filled with shock. He had never thought that a young man could be so terrifying. No wonder those mighty figures were all killed. It seems that the kid is indeed terrifying. Thinking of this, he did not dare to be careless. He gripped the black spear tightly with both hands, and his aura erupted again. Sea of the Serpent. He stabbed out with his spear. Energy surged and roared. On the other side, Lin Xian sneered. He did not waste any more time with his opponent. He directly drew the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly slashed down. Boom! The sound of metal vibrating could be heard. The surrounding void trembled. The spear radiance that filled the sky was cut apart by the sword. Not only that, but countless cracks also appeared on the black spear. Damn it! How is this possible? The pinnacle mighty figure's expression finally changed. His eyes were filled with fear. If the kid was able to contend with him before, he would be surprised. But now his opponent had shattered all of his attacks and even shattered his weapon. That was not just a surprise. He did not expect the kid to be so powerful. Damn it! Attack together! In the next moment, he roared. He wanted to gather all the mighty figures and attack together. He realized that the young man before him was unimaginably terrifying. However, as soon as his roar was heard, countless sharp sword lights appeared in the sky. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying, and they instantly enveloped him. Damn it! Block it for me! Upon seeing such a terrifying sword beam, the pinnacle mighty figure wanted to flee. However, his escape route had already been sealed, so he could only launch an attack to block it. The black spear in his hand was like a black river, sweeping out horizontally. At the same time, a layer of armor appeared on his body, and 3 black shields appeared around him. Between the shields, blue lightning interweaved. The Supreme Being still had Dharma treasures that he had yet to use. However, it was already too late. That torrential sword light had already slashed down. Clang! A sword chi slashed at the black spear. The black spear, which was originally full of cracks, was shattered into pieces. Pung! The other sword chi struck the black shield and split the lightning apart. Among them, 2 of the shields were sent flying, and one of the shields was split in half. Puff! In an instant, the defense that the pinnacle mighty figure had created was gone, leaving only the armor on his body. However, his armor could not withstand such a terrifying sword chi, and soon caved in. Puff! The pinnacle mighty figure spat out blood. Countless ribs were broken, and his internal organs were damaged. He kept retreating, his body covered in blood. However, Lin Xian did not intend to let him go. Demon Seal. With one ultimate move, the terrifying sword chi tore through heaven and earth and instantly enveloped the pinnacle mighty figure. The powerful figures who wanted to charge forward were all stunned. They stopped and looked in front of them in surprise. That was because the sword chi in front of them was too terrifying. When the sword chi disappeared, they all screamed in horror. That was because the pinnacle mighty figure had been killed. Damn it! How was that possible? Those people were crazy. That was a pinnacle mighty figure. That was right. He was the most powerful among them. Even so, he was still killed. The other party's strength had already exceeded their imagination. Damn it! Hurry up and inform them. There's an expert attacking. At the same time, activate the array formation. An old man exclaimed, his face full of fear. He knew that the current situation was still beyond what they could bear. They were not a match for the other party at all. They had to activate the array formation and let a peerless mighty figure take action to suppress the other party. Boom, boom, boom. Countless rays of light lit up in the surroundings as array formations quickly formed. A defensive array formation that was like a black tortoise completely enveloped the surroundings. Seeing the formation of the black tortoise defensive array, the mighty figures of the general's residence all heaved a sigh of relief. They looked forward with a hint of ferocity in their eyes. "Damn brat, I'll definitely kill you today." With the defensive array formation, they regained their confidence. At least the array formation was extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to break in for a while. Besides the defensive array formation, they also had an extremely terrifying offensive array formation in their hands. Now, they had to activate the offensive array formation to kill the other party. Buzz. The moment the array formation was activated, the 5 or 6 crippled young masters of the general's residence were also wrapped up by the array formation and sent to the other lords safely. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw that. However, he did not stop them. In the next moment, he looked at the powerful figures in the sky and sneered. "Why, do you think you're safe with the array formation? In my opinion, you still can't escape death. Humph, cut the crap. Die." On the other side, the powerful figures roared angrily as they activated the array formation. The offensive array formation quickly formed, but it disappeared halfway through its formation. The energy in the surroundings retreated like the tide. How could this be? What happened? All the King Realm Almighties were stunned. How did their offensive array disappear? This shouldn't be. These people had blank looks on their faces. Many of them quickly performed hand seals, wanting to activate it again. However, they could not succeed at all. Damn it, what happened? These people were almost stunned, and their faces were extremely dark. However, that was not the most despairing thing. In the next moment, they experienced what true despair was. That was because Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's figures flashed and directly entered the array formation. "Damn it! How did you get in?" These people screamed crazily with faces full of fear. That was the black tortoise defensive array formation that could block all the powerhouses outside. However, the two of them had entered in an instant. How did they break the array formation? The kings swallowed their saliva and looked at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon as if they had seen a demon. They were extremely terrified. Chapter 22:20. The other party had already ignored the black tortoise defense formation. With the other party's combat strength, it would be very easy for him to kill them. "Run!" These people screamed and ran in all directions. More people fled into the depths of the general's mansion. That was because their true powerhouses were there. "You want to run?" Lin Xian sneered. The demon-slaying sword formation quickly formed under his feet, and streaks of blood-red sword chi soared into the sky. Boom, boom, puffed. Some of the stronger powerhouses were sent flying by the sword chi and vomited blood. The weaker ones were directly pierced by the sword chi. Blood splattered in the air, dyeing the general's mansion red. "Damn it!" At this moment, an extremely angry voice was heard. It directly shattered the void and blocked all the sword chi. This voice was too terrifying. It was several times more terrifying than the previous top powerhouses. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was stunned. The kings of the general's mansion were all ecstatic. A peerless powerhouse. A peerless powerhouse is here. We're saved. These people cheered wildly. That's right. It was indeed a peerless powerhouse. That terrifying aura crushed the 9 heavens. A figure descended from the sky like an immortal king, suppressing a part of the world. As soon as he appeared, he slapped out a large palm and sent all the blood-red sword chi flying. Immediately, the sky became clear again. A peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not attack again. Instead, he stood in the void and looked ahead. The person in front looked to be in his 30s. His face was gloomy and his gaze was solemn. He emitted a terrifying aura, as if he had merged with the entire world. This aura made one's heart tremble. Indeed, it was a peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also had solemn expressions. A peerless powerhouse had surpassed the top powerhouses and had already entered the realm of an 8-star king. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. An 8-star king could become a peerless powerhouse. However, if it was broken down, there were 4 small stages of an 8-star king: early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak stage. The peerless powerhouse in front of them was an 8-star beginner. However, this was also very terrifying. He could suppress a top powerhouse with a raise of his hand. Are the 2 of you the ones causing trouble in the general's mansion? Killed many martial artists from the general's mansion? The peerless Almighty said coldly as he stared coldly at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. That's right, it was us. The dark red divine dragon sneered. Why? Do you think you can scare us just because you're a peerless Almighty? Let me tell you, it's not that simple. Today, everyone make way for me. We are going to take over the general's residence. Hearing these arrogant words, everyone's eyelids twitched violently. That peerless Almighty's face also turned gloomy, and an extremely cold, killing intent erupted from his eyes. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and everyone swallowed their saliva. They knew that a storm was coming. Daring to behave atrociously in front of a peerless Almighty was definitely courting death. As expected, the peerless Almighty was enraged. He said coldly, "You really don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a terrifying purple flame gushed out, instantly enveloping half of the sky. The terrifying temperature burned fiercely as it charged towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The flame's aura was terrifying, and this energy made Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frown. As expected of a peerless Almighty, he was indeed terrifying. Although he was shocked, he was not afraid. Lin Xian let out a long roar. "Just nice. I've broken through, and I haven't fought with a true peerless Almighty yet. Today, I'll use you as an offering to my sword." As he spoke, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword with a clang. With a slash of the sword, a biting cold sword light tore through heaven and earth as it slashed forward. What? He's going to attack a peerless Almighty? Is this kid crazy? When everyone saw this scene, their mouths were agape, and they could not believe it. That was a peerless Almighty, a true powerhouse who could suppress a top-notch Almighty with a raise of his hand. It was extremely terrifying. This kid in front of them actually dared to attack such an existence. Humph, he doesn't know what's good for him. Just wait, he'll be killed soon. Of course, no one dared to provoke a peerless Almighty. He's overestimating himself. Cold laughter could be heard. Those people from the general's residence did not believe that Lin Xian could fight against a peerless Almighty. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was floating in the sky. He squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, "A bunch of idiots. What do you know? You'll definitely be shocked to the point where your jaws drop." As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of exclamations came from the general's residence. That was because in the sky, the biting cold sword light tore through the purple flames, forming a vacuum zone. What? The flames were torn apart? That's impossible. That was an attack from a peerless Almighty. How could he possibly fight against it? Those people from the general's residence went crazy. This was completely different from what they knew. That peerless Almighty was also stunned. He did not expect that Lin Xian could tear apart his purple flames. It was indeed a surprise. But soon, his face turned gloomy and monstrous killing intent appeared in his eyes. A terrifying aura burst out from his body and swept across heaven and earth. Boom! The purple flames in the sky surged and turned into shocking killing intent. It surged in the sky, trying to destroy Lin Xian. Not only that, countless purple flames in the sky condensed and formed mysterious runes. They carried monstrous killing intent as they flickered in the sky. That was a terrifying superpower. Coupled with the power of the purple flames, it could definitely kill everything. He did not believe that Lin Xian could fight against it. He could tell that Lin Xian was a young genius, but so what? No matter how talented he was too young. His foundation was too weak. There was no way Lin Xian could fight against an expert who had lived for thousands of years. But this time, the peerless Almighty was wrong. That was because he did not know that although Lin Xian was young, the trump cards in his hands were extremely terrifying. Any one of them would be able to shock the world. Buzz. As expected, when he saw the mysterious purple runes flickering in the sky, Lin Xian's expression turned grave. However, he didn't move. He stopped moving, and a terrifying sword chi bloomed from his body. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. He swung the Dragon Source Ancient Sword. Terrifying chaotic sword chi surged out and swept across the sky. Every ray was extremely sharp. Boom, boom, boom. When the sword light appeared, heaven and earth lost their color. The martial artists from the general's residence were also terrified. Boom, boom, boom. The purple flame runes flickered in the sky and collided with the sword chi. They were pierced through each time. However, those purple runes were not ordinary superpowers. The monstrous energy was also from the chaotic lotus sword chi. The two of them clashed in the sky and were evenly matched. A draw. How could that be? Could that kid be a peerless almighty too? Everyone went crazy. What did they just see? A young kid was actually tied with a peerless almighty who had lived for thousands of years. Chapter 22-21. Who is this kid? Is he really just a teenager? Or is he an old monster that has lived for countless years? They were more willing to believe the latter. Hell's Ice Lotus. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his sword, and a Hell's Ice Lotus quickly formed and floated in the sky. The terrifying power of ice and fire blended, shattering all the purple runes in the sky. Damn it, this kid actually has the upper hand. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more shocked. When the peerless Almighty saw that his opponent had actually suppressed him, his face became extremely gloomy. A hint of anger appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he waved his hand. Buzz. Countless purple auras intertwined and condensed above his head. An extremely ancient pagoda formed above him, emitting a mysterious aura. The runes surrounded it, and the moment it appeared, it crushed the void like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. 4 Symbols Pagoda. It's actually such a treasure. Seeing this scene, the people of the general's residence exclaimed. Then they all cheered. This is a top-tier Earth-grade treasure. This kid is definitely dead. That's right, the 4 Symbols Pagoda was extremely powerful and difficult to refine. It was a top-tier Earth-grade treasure. Buzz. In the next moment, the peerless Almighty activated the 4 Symbols Pagoda, and 4 different types of power surged out. The power was too terrifying, and it was indestructible. It was going to destroy heaven and earth. It was too terrifying, and no one below the peerless Almighty could block it. Lin Xian also felt the pressure, but he was fearless. So, what if it's a top-tier treasure? I have a heaven-grade treasure sword. Therefore, in the next moment, he took a step forward, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. An even more terrifying sword intent surged out from his body. Demon Seal. With a swing of his sword, a terrifying sword light tore through heaven and earth and collided with the 4 types of energy. Boom, boom. The void instantly exploded, and terrifying energy swept in all directions. The surrounding ground and mountains quickly shattered, and the kings kept retreating. Below, the general's residence trembled, but at this moment, countless arrays appeared and enveloped the general's residence. This prevented the risk of being destroyed. Obviously, other than the outermost array that was destroyed by the dark red divine dragon, the array in the depths of the general's residence still existed. Moreover, its power was extremely terrifying, and it blocked the violent energy. Boom. The terrifying 4 types of energy were split apart. The terrifying sword light slashed forward, almost hitting that peerless almighty being. Fortunately, the peerless almighty dodged quickly. However, he retreated to the side with a bewildered expression. His eyes were filled with shock. Damn it! How could this be? What kind of swordsmanship was he using? The peerless almighty was completely stunned. He, a dignified peerless almighty, had actually been reduced to such a sorry state by a brat. To be honest, he really couldn't accept it. Brat, you've successfully angered me. The powerful being shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with a cold light. I will let you know the true power of a powerful being. Boom. In the next moment, the 4 symbols pagoda above his head emitted a dazzling light before fusing into his body. One. The 2 merged into one, becoming one. A metallic luster appeared on that peerless almighty's body. His terrifying aura suddenly soared, and a powerful force surged out of his body. Brat, be careful. He actually fused with the treasure chi in his hand. At the side, the dark red divine dragon quickly reminded with a grave expression. Lin Xian also frowned. One with the pagoda. He didn't expect this peerless almighty to be able to cultivate to such a level, and from the looks of it, the other party was really angry. However, so what? He was no longer the same person as before. Now that his strength had increased tremendously, he didn't fear early-stage 8-star powerful beings at all. Boom. Die, brat. That peerless almighty attacked again. With a wave of his palm, terrifying energy surged, and the void exploded instantly. This palm contained the terrifying energy of the 4 symbols pagoda. It transformed into a dragon that roared in the void. Lin Xian quickly brandished the ancient dragon abyss sword to contend with it. Streaks of sword chi crisscrossed the sky like lightning and collided with the other party's fist. Boom, boom, boom. There was a burst of dazzling light, and the entire sky was filled with clanging sounds. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 of them exchanged blows, and it was earth-shattering. However, after more than 10 exchanges, that peerless almighty screamed in agony. The reason for that was because his fist had directly split open. Several cracks had appeared on it. In fact, even his white bones were exposed. Blood instantly dyed the void red. Damn it! How was this possible? The peerless almighty's expression was extremely ugly. In the distance, those people from the general's residence were all stunned when they saw this scene. They couldn't even believe it. Damn brat, who exactly are you? That peerless, mighty figure's gaze was like lightning as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. He was too shocked. One had to know that he was a peerless almighty. His body was extremely strong, and ordinary attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. Moreover, now that he had merged with the 4 symbols pagoda, his defense had greatly increased. Even a peerless almighty of the same level would find it difficult to injure him. But now, after exchanging dozens of blows with the other party had actually shattered his fist. This was simply too unbelievable. He didn't know that the ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand was a heaven-grade treasure sword. Moreover, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul had terrifying attack power. Such attack power was definitely beyond the imagination of a peerless almighty. Brat, do you know that this is General Xianying's residence? General Xianying is the younger brother of the current empress. He's the uncle of the current first prince. If you offend such a person, you'll never have a foothold in the Tai dynasty. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, what awaits you is a dead end. Why? You can't beat me. So now you want to use the name of the empress and the first prince to suppress me? But it's a pity that these titles are of no use to me. Today, I'm here to take over General Xianying's residence. So, hurry up and kneel in the void to welcome me. Otherwise, if you anger me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Blood stains the general's residence. After hearing Lin Xian's words, these people's minds went blank. What was going on? Was he really going to fight the general's residence to the end? Thinking of this, the peerless almighties behind them couldn't hold back anymore. They said, "Elder, let's attack together and kill this brat. Although he's powerful, there are only two of us. I don't believe that he can fight against so many of us. Yes, that's right. Kill him." The other almighties also shouted angrily, because previously they were too aggrieved and scared out of their wits by a young man. If word of this got out, how could they live in the future? Therefore, they decided to get rid of this brat. Even if they couldn't defeat him alone, they would join forces to kill him. Chapter 22:22. They decided to get rid of that kid. Even if they couldn't defeat him alone, they would work together to kill him. Attack. The peerless, mighty figure's eyes flickered. He did not refuse. The kid in front of him was too strange. Next to him was a snake. He did not know how strong it was. He had to get rid of the other party quickly. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more the general's residence would lose face. Go to hell, kid. Behind him, the mighty figures were also shocked when they heard that. Although they were no match for the other party in a one-on-one battle, but now, with a group of people attacking together, they would definitely kill the other party. Boom. Among them, 3 top mighty figures joined forces and attacked Lin Xian. 5 elite mighty figures joined forces and attacked the dark red divine dragon. The void was instantly shattered, and terrifying energy surged out. Why, you want to join forces? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The dark red divine dragon roared. He had already recovered to the realm of a mighty figure and could use the divine powers of dragons. Why would he be afraid of these elite mighty figures? In the next moment, his body suddenly expanded and transformed into a divine dragon that was 1,000 feet long. Then his dragon tail rolled forward like a river and blasted in front of him. Boom! Those elite mighty figures vomited blood and were sent flying. Their faces were filled with shock. Damn it! A dragon! He's a dragon! Those elite mighty figures were filled with fear. They originally thought that the other party was a snake or a loach, but now it seemed that they were completely wrong. However, someone shook his head. Impossible! How could there be a real dragon? At most, he has the bloodline of dragons. Perhaps he's a flood dragon. Legend had it that a real flood dragon was full of treasures. Capture him, pull out his tendons, drink his blood, eat his flesh. That will help us break through. Those elite mighty figures stared at the dark red divine dragon with bloodshot eyes, as if they had heard a treasure. They thought that it was a flood dragon. If they knew that the dark red divine dragon was a real dragon, they would probably go crazy. What? How dare you have designs on me? You're courting death. The dark red divine dragon was also furious. These guys actually want to eat my flesh and drink my blood? They really don't know what's good for them. The next moment he sneered, "Let me send you on your way first." Soon, the dark red divine dragon spat out streaks of dragon flames. At the same time, it brandished its dragon claws and charged forward. On the other side, the three pinnacle almighties were also charging towards Lin Xian. When the three of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. Moreover, there was a peerless almighty at the side who was eyeing them covetously. He was ready to strike at any moment. It could be said that Lin Xian's current situation was even more dangerous than the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He immediately summoned the dragon sword domain to cover the surroundings. Terrifying sword chi crisscrossed, forming a screen of light that protected him. At the same time, his body swayed, and he instantly dodged the attacks of the three top almighties. The three peak powerhouses missed their target, but they didn't give up. Instead, they sneered, "Kid, you can't escape. Today is the day you die." As they spoke, they attacked even more ferociously. In the sky, afterimages were torn apart one after another, as terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was also activated. Terrifying sword chi appeared in the sky, transforming into the phantoms of heavenly rocks, Qilins, true dragons, phoenixes, and other divine beasts. That terrifying power made the hearts of these top almighties tremble. As a result, these top almighties had no choice but to activate their king domains to resist. Damn it, how could this kid be so powerful? Seeing this scene, the three top almighties had the urge to curse. At this moment, the peerless almighty also made his move. Originally, he was disdainful of being surrounded. After all, he had a noble status. But now, seeing that the three top almighties couldn't even take down the other party, he was furious. The peerless almighty's face was gloomy. In the next moment, he decisively made his move. The peerless almighty's attack greatly increased the pressure on Lin Xian. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger and was almost hit by the palm. Fortunately, he was fast enough and was only grazed by the palm wind. Even so, he still kept retreating, the blood in his body churning. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." At this point, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul began to circulate wildly. At the same time, a terrifying energy erupted in his body. Demon Seal, Battle Song. Lin Xian suddenly unleashed two powerful attacks towards the peerless almighty. Boom! The peerless almighty was sent flying. At the same time, he charged towards the three top almighties. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon sword domain completely erupted and countless sword chi descended, forcing the three top almighties to separate. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless sea gods ice erupted, forming a terrifying world of ice that enveloped two of the top almighties. Only one was left. Go to hell! The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body erupted, and the dragon source ancient sword mercilessly slashed down. This attack was incomparably terrifying. Even the top almighties would feel their scalps go numb if they saw it, let alone the top almighties. Therefore, this pinnacle mighty figure screamed as he was split in half. The armor on his body was also split open by the sword. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, the two top almighties broke through the ice wall and charged out. But soon, they were stunned, because their companion had been killed by the other party. Instantly, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. Buzz. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly pierced into their souls, and they seemed to have lost control of their souls and fell into a momentary daze. Poof. When they recovered, two heads had already flown into the air. Damn it. How could this be? The Almighties who were watching the battle from afar were all scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. 3 top Almighties were killed just like that. This kid was too terrifying. Not only was he powerful, but he also had rich combat experience. It could be said that it was far beyond their imagination. Perhaps no one below the top Almighties was a match for this kid. They were terrified and did not dare to attack him again. However, at this moment, the top Almighty charged over again. Previously, he was sent flying by 2-sword Chi and was injured. However, he was still a top Almighty after all. Although the 2-sword Chi had injured him, it was not fatal. Therefore, he charged over again. The battle erupted again. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon had also finished off 5 elite Almighties. However, at this moment, another top Almighty charged up from below. He fought with the dark red divine dragon, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Although the dark red divine dragon had just entered the almighty realm like Lin Xian, he was a dragon and had the dragon divine ability. Therefore, he was able to fight evenly with the top Almighties for a while. Buzz. At this moment, the top Almighty who was fighting with Lin Xian, the 4 Symbols King, roared. His body emitted an extremely terrifying light, accompanied by countless lightning bolts that descended around him. For Symbols divine lightning. Chapter 22-23. This lightning was too terrifying. Not only did it contain the power of a peerless Almighty, but it also contained the power of the 4 Symbols Pagoda. The 2 combined into one, forming a monstrous attack. Lin Xian naturally felt threatened. He instantly activated the ice shield, and the terrifying ice goddess statue formed. Its huge wings enveloped him. At the same time, the dragon sword domain quickly shrunk, completely enveloping him. Countless sword chi surrounded him, forming a sword Dao world. Boom, boom. The thunder that filled the sky blasted on the ice goddess statue, producing violent sounds. Then, the ice goddess statue was penetrated. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying ice aura dimmed the power of the thunder. In fact, many of them were even frozen. However, the 4 Symbols divine thunder still passed through the ice aura and attacked Lin Xian again. Clang! The sword chi around Lin Xian was extremely sharp. It destroyed all the lightning, and none of them could get close to him. Seeing this scene, the kings of the general's residence were all stunned. Their scalps went numb. Although they knew that the other party was very powerful, they did not expect him to be so powerful. It was far beyond their imagination. The other party was only a young man in his 20s, but he actually had the battle strength of a peerless Almighty. It was simply too shocking. Kill. Kill quickly. Form a formation. Cooperate with the killing formation and attack together. Kill him for me. The peerless Almighty in front roared. Kill. Soon, the almighty kings from the general's mansion rushed over. Some of them joined forces, some formed a formation, and some directly controlled the killing formation to attack Lin Xian. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying energy burst out, but the result left them extremely shocked. This was because the young man in front of them was ridiculously powerful. It was completely beyond their imagination. A casual sword chi from the other party was like the Milky Way, crushing the surroundings and shattering all of their attacks. How was he human? He was simply like a sword god that had descended into the mortal world. Poof. An elite almighty wielded a long saber and attacked together with the formation. However, he was directly cut in half by the other party's sword chi. Blood splattered, dyeing the void red. Damn it, he was too powerful. The others were pale and trembling. Boom. Another earth-shattering sound rang out. 4 elite powerhouses had joined forces to form a killing formation. They descended from the sky, wanting to envelop him. This killing formation was incomparably terrifying. It carried with it a shocking killing aura that pierced through the void. However, it was still useless. After being sliced apart by the other party's sword, it turned into spiritual energy that filled the air and scattered in all directions. As for the 4 elite almighties, they spat out blood and flew backwards. Damn it, impossible. Who are you? Who are you? These people were all crazy, screaming nonstop. They simply couldn't believe that a young man could be so powerful. Who am I? Who do you think I am? Lin Xian sneered. Meanwhile, the more these people looked, the more shocked they became. Damn it, could it be someone from the war clan? After thinking about it, they realized that only the legendary war race could produce such a young genius. Other than that, it was impossible for anyone else to do so. However, why did the battle race want to take action against their general manor? This shouldn't be the case. Thus, he shouldn't be someone from the war clan. However, if it wasn't the war race, then who could it be? Which young man could be so heaven-defying? They really couldn't figure it out. However, Lin Xian sneered. Why don't you recognize me? Your general manor sent so many almighties to hunt me down, and now you don't recognize me? What? Hunt you down? These almighties were stunned, and then their expressions changed drastically. Damn it, could it be you? They were extremely shocked because they thought of a person, a young demon king, a person who was wanted by the Tai dynasty, a person who killed the Golden Lion King. Thinking of this, they came to a realization. Perhaps only such a demon king would have such terrifying strength. The other party could even kill a peerless genius of the war clan. One could imagine how terrifying he was. However, wasn't this kid being hunted down? Why would he appear here? And he wanted to cause trouble in their general manor? Could it be that this kid wanted to take revenge? It seems that you have recognized who I am. Since you know who I am, then you should know what will happen to you. Obediently kneel on the ground and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for massacring the general manor. What? You really suppressed the general manor. Hearing that, these people felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their bodies began to tremble. They did not expect the other party to be so arrogant. That was the general manor. General Xian Ying's manor was not inferior to the king's manor. However, a young man had come knocking on their door and threatened to suppress them. If news of this spread, how would the general manor survive in the future? However, the other party was too powerful. Even the peerless almighties could not kill him. He was definitely a murderous fiend. Therefore, they really could not do anything to him for a while. Could it be that the general manor was really going to be suppressed? Damn it. Impossible. Kill him for me. Someone roared angrily, and his body emitted a terrifying light. Many kings' domains soared into the sky and enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, more than 10 kings' domains flickered in the sky, and light danced in the sky, completely sealing the entire space. Use your king's domains. Use your cultivation base to suppress. Although his combat strength was powerful, his cultivation base was not high. The king's domains crazily charged toward Lin Xian. In fact, the peerless almighty also activated a king's domain and flew over quickly. Lin Xian sneered. His body flickered, and he was the first to dodge the almighty's domain. However, he could not be bothered to dodge the other king's domains. Buzz, the dragon source ancient sword was swung, and the void was cut in half. Then, the king's domain of an almighty was directly split apart. Not only that, the light that filled the sky disappeared, and at the same time, a scream was heard. That elite almighty was also slashed into a bloody mist by the sword. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. Some of the ordinary almighties even began to flee into the distance. The other party was too terrifying. Killing almighties was like cutting grass. How would they dare to stay here? However, in the next moment, they screamed. That was because they realized that they could only escape a few thousand miles away. They could not go any further. An incomparably terrifying and mysterious array completely enveloped the entire general manor. It cut off all their escape routes. What? The general manor was completely sealed. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Almighty's faces were extremely gloomy. They did not expect the other party to be so decisive and completely seal the entire general manor. When did the other party make a move? How could there be such an exquisite array? They did not dare to imagine. Among them, the man held the thunder hammer, while the woman held the gale sword. Their king, Domains, instantly rushed out and enveloped the entire sky. Wind and thunder formation. The terrifying power of wind and thunder flew out in an instant, whistling as it shot towards Lin Xian. Clouds and rain. However, the dark red divine dragon sneered. Countless white mists surged out of his body and slowly rose into the sky. Immediately, the power of wind and thunder that filled the sky was completely absorbed. What was going on? Those clouds could absorb the power of wind and thunder? How was that possible? The other party's top almighties were stunned. They couldn't believe it. The others were also extremely shocked. When they saw the true body of the dark red divine dragon, they all exclaimed, "Flood dragon! Flood dragon my ass! Die for me!" The dark red divine dragon sneered and waved his dragon claws. The absorbed lightning was released again. Boom, boom. Terrifying power pierced through the void and surged forward. Boom, boom, boom. The two top almighties were sent flying. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their faces were filled with shock. Attack together. Don't hesitate anymore. The four kings also roared angrily. Beside them, Venerable Magic Crystal's body was filled with killing intent. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Both of them were peerless almighties. Their cultivation was at the early 8-star almighties. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Even top almighties couldn't withstand a single blow from them. But now, the two of them couldn't do anything to each other. This man and dragon were simply too terrifying. However, no matter how terrifying it was, they had to attack and kill each other. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly. In the dragon sword domain, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared. It caused the power of the dragon sword domain to skyrocket again. Streaks of sword soared into the sky, each of them able to pierce through Almighty. Not only that, but Lin Xian was also going all out now. Hellfire, sea god ice, terrifying energy surged out and swept in all directions. Not only that, the demon-slaying sword array formed under his feet. One after another, primordial shadows filled the sky. Terrifying power whistled. On the other side, the dark red divine dragons were even more powerful. He repeatedly used the dragon's abilities, causing Venerable Magic Crystal to continuously retreat. He was in an extremely sorry state. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, 5 almighties were killed by Lin Xian. Their corpses fell to the ground. As for the others, they were all extremely terrified. They originally wanted to capture the other party and obtain battle merits. But now, it seemed impossible. The other party was like a demon king, causing them to feel despair. Blade Group, send them over. The 4 kings roared. Boom. Below, a torrent rushed out. 6 black-robed men appeared. The 6 of them had a biting cold aura. Their eyes emitted a cold light, and there was no emotion on their faces. They carried long sabers on their backs, and were like killing gods. Clang! The 6 black-robed men pulled out their long sabers. Saber light instantly erupted. The 6 of them merged into one and instantly charged forward. Every member of the Blade Group was an extremely terrifying Saber King. At this moment, the 6 of them even used the 6-direction saber technique. When the 6 of them merged into one, their strength was countless times stronger than before. Buzz! The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand instantly expanded, turning into a giant sword that was 100 feet long and slashed down crazily. Clang! Clang! The sabers in the 6 people's hands collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword and were all broken. Puff! The 6 black-robed swordsmen also vomited blood and were sent flying. Their expressions finally changed. Their faces were filled with fear and shock. Chapter 22-25. One had to know that each of them had an upper-grade Earth-class artifact in their hands. However, at this moment, they were like pieces of paper that were shattered. However, this was not the end. The ancient dragon abyss sword roared, as if it had turned into a giant dragon. It transformed into 6 dragon-shaped sword auras that instantly split the bodies of the 6 men apart. Puff! 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 The bodies of the 6 men in black fell to the ground, kicking up dust. Blood dyed the ground red. The people around him went crazy. These 6 men were extremely terrifying Saber Kings. They were extremely powerful. This was the killing move of the Wong residents. However, it had been easily broken by someone else. In front of that giant sword, any treasured weapon or saber technique would be useless. It was a direct suppression. Nothing could stop it. Damn brat, the general's residence will not let you off. An elite powerhouse saw this scene and roared crazily. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted and flicked his finger. Buzz! A sword wave flew out. Puff! That elite powerhouse's eyebrow blood splattered as he fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, Lin Xian strode forward, as if he wanted to enter the general's residence. Damn it, stop him! Angry roars could be heard as the 4 symbols kings stretched out a huge palm that covered the sky, trying to imprison Lin Xian in the void. Boom! Whoosh! However, Lin Xian's speed was too fast. He only left behind an afterimage as his real body had already entered the general's residence. Boom! Sword auras flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. Boom! 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 The surrounding buildings, pavilions, and halls of the general's residence were split into pieces. Huge rocks rolled, and the terrifying ground cracked open. The terrifying sound shocked everyone. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded. Was this guy really trying to tear down the general's residence? Damn it! He really deserved to die. Kill! Kill him for me! More experts rushed out from the general's residence. They saw this scene and roared crazily. Countless arrays lit up in the surroundings. Some were defensive, some were offensive. The sky was filled with runes that flashed with terrifying power. However, all of this could not stop Lin Xian's sword light. In an instant, everything that got close to him was split apart. Not only that, a sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Everywhere it passed, the void was mercilessly split apart. Buzz! Lin Xian's hands. The terrifying eyes were very illusory, but when he appeared, it still caused fear in the people of the general's residence. Everyone looked. Everyone was going crazy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was forming seals with his hands. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. This illusory eye was the illusion of the heavenly secrets Abhijna. It was imprinted in the void. His goal was naturally to find that super teleportation array. As expected, Lin Xian soon found it. The illusory eye in the sky disappeared. Lin Xian's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Ruffian dragon. Over here, Lin Xian called out as he flew. The dark red dragon swung his tail and sent more than 10 people flying. At the same time, his dragon claws tore through the void and quickly followed. Damn it! Stop them! We must stop them! The experts from the general's residence roared crazily. They did not know what those two fellows were trying to do. However, they knew that they could not let those two fellows enter the depths of the general's residence. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. The terrifying energy shattered the void. On the other side, a sea of fire surged into the sky. Behind them, hundreds of saber lights mercilessly slashed down like the Milky Way. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword once, and all the terrifying energy in the world was destroyed. Countless large cracks appeared in the void and spread into the distance. A few cultivators were even swallowed by the cracks. How terrifying! The cultivators from the general's residence were terrified. However, this time, they did not escape. They still wanted to stop them. The godly spear team, more than 10 figures soared into the sky. They were tall and held red spears in their hands. Their auras were like demonic beasts that shot into the sky. The spears in their hands were like dragons that pierced through the void. In an instant, dazzling spear lights covered the sky and enveloped Lin Xian and the dark red Shenlong. The dark red dragon swung its tail and sent all the spear lights on his side flying. On the other side, Lin Xian formed a seal and used the great dragon sword soul to simulate the war tribe's seal of fearless lion. A golden lion flew out from Lin Xian's fingertip and roared in all directions. The terrifying sound waves turned into golden waves that surged in all directions. Boom! The spear lights that filled the sky turned into countless fragments and dissipated. Puff, puff, puff. More than 10 godly generals spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Many of them directly collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Damn brat, you're too arrogant. Behind them, the Four Symbols King roared angrily. His body suddenly exploded with light, and his speed instantly increased. He must have used some kind of secret technique to catch up to Lin Xian. Soon, he blocked the path. On the other side, the demonic crystal venerable also appeared in front of the dark red dragon. These two peerless almighties were really angry now. The Four Symbols King unleashed the Four Symbols Pagoda. It floated in the palace and emitted a shocking murderous aura. On the other side, the demonic crystal venerable took out a black bottle. The black bottle was engraved with runes and had an extremely cold aura. In the next moment, the demonic crystal venerable opened the bottle and injected power into it. Buzz! The bottle emitted light, and a black poisonous scorpion crawled out of the bottle. The scorpion was extremely black and crystal clear like black jade. It was only the size of a palm. The moment it appeared, its eyes lit up with a scarlet light. The tail behind his back was also raised high, and his body was emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. This aura made everyone's hair stand on end. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was an extremely terrifying scorpion. It could even threaten the peerless almighties. Go, kill him! The demonic crystal venerable waved his finger, and the black scorpion flew out. It quickly charged towards the dark red dragon. On the other side, the Four Symbols King activated the Four Symbols Pagoda. Buzz! The pagoda rapidly expanded. It was 100,000 feet tall and was like an ancient demon mountain. It pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand suddenly expanded into 100 feet-long giant sword. He held it and slashed it towards the sky. Crack! This slash was extremely powerful. It was like a divine light with a monstrous, murderous aura that split the void. Then it collided with the terrifying four symbols pagoda. Boom, boom. Chapter 22-26. Boom, boom, boom. There was a huge explosion of energy, and thunderous sounds could be heard. The two collided, and a blast of air swept out in all directions. Although the general's residence was protected by a defensive array formation, the buildings still collapsed. It couldn't be helped. This was the attack of a peerless almighty, and it was too terrifying. However, in the next moment, the people in the general's residence screamed. All of them were terrified. Even the four symbols king's face darkened. That was because he realized that his four symbols pagoda had been sent flying, and it crashed into the void, creating a terrifying black hole. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? The four symbols king's face darkened. He realized that he couldn't suppress the other party. Lin Xian was also surprised. The four symbols pagoda was definitely a top-notch treasure. His Dragon Abyss Valley ancient sword had only sent it flying, and there were no cracks on it at all. This was something that had never happened before, as expected of a peerless almighty's treasure. It was indeed much more powerful than ordinary top-notch almighties. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. Since you're courting death by blocking my path, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate move. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was about to use his ultimate move, but at that moment his heart thumped wildly, and a sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. Whoosh! In the next moment, he immediately left his original spot without hesitation and dodged to the side. Buzz! Boom! Just as he was about to move, a black bolt of lightning instantly pierced through the void. He was in. The armor on his body was also grazed by the black lightning, and countless cracks immediately appeared. Fortunately, he had more than one defense, although his armor was shattered. The sword chi on the surface of his body blocked the black energy. Even so, Lin Xian was still frightened. That was because it was too dangerous. If he was any slower, he would have been hit by the black flash, and he would definitely be seriously injured. It might even pierce through his body. Damn it, what the hell is that? Lin Xian was bewildered and looked at the place where he was originally standing. In the next moment, he was stunned. It was because he discovered that it was a black scorpion. It was the size of a palm and looked like black jade. Wasn't this the scorpion released by that peerless almighty earlier? Damn it, he had originally thought that he would attack the dark red divine dragon. Who would have thought that this fellow's target would actually be him? Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. The dark red divine dragon was taken aback as well. Then it cursed, "Holy sh*T. How shameless. 2 against 1. He did not expect these two peerless almighties to join forces to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, the faces of the two peerless mighty figures were dark. Previously, when they had made their move, they had secretly communicated with one another and decided that the two of them would work together to eliminate one of them first. This way, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced. Therefore, they set their sights on Lin Xian. However, he did not expect Lin Xian's reaction to be so sharp and quick. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the sure-kill attack. Damn it, let's attack together. Kill him. Venerable magic crystal roared angrily as he formed hand seals with his palms. The black scorpion once again turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. On the other side, the four symbols kings activated the four symbols pagoda and launched 4 terrifying attacks. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was really angry. He held the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and quickly launched it. Buzz! With a slash of the sword, the terrifying chaotic sword Qi slashed forward like the Milky Way and blocked the attack of the 4 Symbols Pagoda. That was not the end. Lin Xian quickly waved his arm. 8 streaks of sword Qi flew over quickly one after another. The sword light was like a stormy sea, bringing with it endless air waves that tore the void apart. Clang! Boom! 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 One sword fell, and another rose. Each streak of sword Qi was even more powerful than the previous one. It was like a wave that appeared one after another. Damn it! On the other side, the 4 Symbols King's face darkened, and he was extremely shocked. That was because he had suffered a great impact. The other party's sword light was continuous. After the first sword strike, the second sword strike soon fell. Moreover, the power of the second sword strike was even more violent than the previous one. In that case, he could not block the 9th sword strike at all. Not only him, but Magic Crystal Venerable's face also darkened. That was because the other party had launched 9 streaks of sword Qi in a row. It was like a wave that suppressed the entire space. His black scorpion was also under great threat. It could not break through, let alone kill the other party. Humph! 2 shameless old men. You want to fight me together? Impossible. I'll kill you. The dark red divine dragon also flew over. It raised its huge head and roared. Roar! 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 The terrifying dragon's roar was earth-shattering. It shook the surrounding warriors and made their blood boil. Their faces were extremely pale. In the sky, the black scorpion also stopped moving. It no longer flew quickly and even began to tremble. It looked as if it was kneeling before its king. Damn it! How was that possible? Magic Crystal Venerable's face changed drastically when he saw that. The black scorpion was called the Ink Jade Scorpion. It was an extremely terrifying ancient mutated species. Its speed was extremely fast. Moreover, it was highly poisonous. Even a powerful being would die from the poison if they were hit. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. It was an ancient mutated species that had the power of bloodline. Even a powerful being would not be able to make it tremble. However, the other party's roar made his scorpion tremble. It could not help but kneel. This was simply too shocking and unbelievable. Boom! It made the other party reveal its true form and make it tremble. At that moment, the dark red divine dragon laughed. He slapped the scorpion away with his claw. Countless cracks had appeared on his black body, and black blood was even flowing out from them. As soon as it landed, it corroded the entire ground. All the trees and plants in the surroundings withered. Damn it! Run! It's highly poisonous. The surrounding martial artists fled, frantically. A few of them who were too slow were covered by the black aura. Their bodies quickly decayed. In the end, not even their bones were left. They turned into a pool of black blood. Seeing that, everyone was terrified and did not dare to approach. Damn it! Magic Crystal Venerable roared when he saw that the Ink Jade Scorpion was injured. He waved his arm. He made use of the black liquid that dripped down. It turned into black, poisonous needles and flew towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Wherever it passed, the void would be pierced, and black holes would appear one after another. From this, one could imagine how potent the toxicity of the black blood was. Whoosh! The dark red divine dragon opened its mouth and spat out balls of dragon flame. He was a dragon. So what if the other party was strong? Could it be that the power of the bloodline was more powerful than his? He did not believe it. The dragon flame was indeed the nemesis of the black poison. It instantly burned the black blood. Damn it! How is that possible? Chapter 22-27. He realized that this dark red flood dragon was simply too strange. It's ridiculously powerful. Could it be an ancient mutant too? He could not figure it out. But soon he exclaimed again. Not only the dark red dragon, but Lin Xian's sword Qi had also destroyed the black blood. Damn it! How did he do it? The venerable magic crystal was going crazy. If the dark red dragon could do it, he could accept it. He felt that Lin Xian had an extraordinary background and was very likely an ancient mutant beast. But how did this brat do it? He's just a human. How can he have such a powerful sword Qi? He could not believe it. However, he did not have time to think because Lin Xian's ultimate move was coming at him again. The ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand suddenly emitted a sharp light, as if a peerless beast had awakened. The sharpness of the sword instantly increased. Damn it! There's something wrong with this sword. The venerable magic crystal and the four symbols kings immediately changed their expressions. They felt a chill down their spines and a deathly threat. They did not know what the sword in Lin Xian's hand was, but their instincts told them not to take it head on. Buzz. 9 runes appeared on the ancient dragon abyss sword in Lin Xian's hand, and one of them quickly disappeared. The aura on the sword had also reached its peak. Oh no! Dodge. The two supreme beings' expressions changed when they felt the aura on Lin Xian's long sword suddenly increase. That was because they felt a deathly threat. That feeling was too creepy. They had not felt it for hundreds of years. Who would have thought that he would actually be able to sense it from a junior? Buzz. The ancient dragon abyss sword slashed down, shattering the void. The four symbols king screamed. The four symbols pagoda beside him was instantly blasted away, and a crack appeared on it. Not only that, but he was also in a miserable state. The armor on his body was dented, and more than half of his bones were broken. He crashed into more than 10 palaces. What? A supreme being was sent flying. How is that possible? They were going crazy. They could not believe it. However, the venerable magic crystal also roared and turned to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? He held the dragon abyss in his hand and swept it out. A terrifying crescent-shaped sword Qi flew out. Damn it, block for me. Magic Crystal Guru roared and released his king's domain in front of him. His king's domain was a wave of violet gold crystals, and each of them was like a demonic pillar that spun in the sky, giving off a terrifying aura. Unfortunately, this time, it was unable to block Lin Xian's sword Qi. This was because Lin Xian had unlocked the first seal on the ancient dragon abyss sword. That power was absolutely terrifying. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the demonic crystal guru's king's domain cracked. As for the magic crystal guru, he spat out mouthfuls of blood and cut a sorry figure. Boom. In the next moment, he was also sent flying backwards, smashing into a dozen pavilions. Boom, boom. The earth trembled, countless rocks flew, and dust filled the air. The terrifying sound caused everyone to fall into a daze. This was because they did not dare to imagine that 2 peerless almighties would be sent flying by 2 swords. What kind of method was this? To be able to do that? Who was the other party? That was too terrifying. At the side, dark red Shenhong sneered. The general's residence was just so. Today, I'll wash your general's residence with blood. I'll let you know the consequences of offending us. As he spoke, he swung his dragon tail, which was like a river that swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked, and the arrays in the sky were all shattered. Nothing could withstand the impact. Buzz, who was it? How dare you cause trouble in my general's residence? In the sky, there was an angry roar. Following that, dozens of figures appeared. This time, after the dozens of figures appeared, hundreds of figures flashed rapidly in the general's residence below. More and more experts moved out, and the first person to roar was a middle-aged man. His face was pale and beardless, and his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. The aura on his body was monstrous, piercing through the void. If one looked closely, one would realize that his appearance was very similar to General Xianing. This was because he was General Xian Ying's younger brother, Xian Feng. After Xian Feng came out, he looked around with a gloomy face. Soon, he fixed his eyes on Lin Xian and Dark Red Shenhong. Attack. Kill them for me. I want to use their souls and flesh as a sacrifice to my dead clansmen. Kid, go to hell. Beside him, the void split open, and a middle-aged man in a white robe walked out. He was holding a 5-colored feather fan in his hand, which was emitting a terrifying force. Buzz. As the feather fan waved, a strong wind blew, sand and stones flew, and the mountains and palaces in the sky were all blown away. The terrifying force of the wind surged in the air, and the strong wind turned into wind blades, slashing towards Lin Xian and Dark Red Shenhong. This scene was too terrifying, as though it was the end of the world. Get lost! Lin Xian roared. He waved his ancient sword, and the terrifying sword Qi tore all the wind blades apart. On the other hand, he and Dark Red Shenhong moved forward quickly. Kid, you hold them off first. Xiao Bai, and I will go and collect some things, Dark Red Shenhong said. He then waved his hand and grabbed Snow White Monkey from the black earth. Xiao Bai yawned and was very dissatisfied. However, after hearing Dark Red Shenhong's plan, Xiao Bai's gem-like eyes flashed with a sneaky light. Roar! The dark red dragon roared and flew downwards. The little white monkey rode on his back and cheered. Damn it! Stop him for me! That middle-aged man, Xian Feng, roared. Immediately, hundreds of martial artists rushed out of the cave, trying to stop Dark Red Shenhong. Some of them joined hands, and some of them formed formations. In any case, they would not let Dark Red Shenhong pass. Unfortunately, Dark Red Shenhong roared and tore the void apart. At the same time, he spewed out dragon flames, which spread in all directions. The terrifying flame aura made the hundreds of martial artists cry out in pain. Whitey was also constantly swaying its body. It was like a bolt of white lightning. Anyone who got close to it would be knocked unconscious with a single slap. Damn it! When the man in white saw this, he quickly waved his feather fan, trying to attack Dark Red Shenhong. However, he was blocked by Lin Xian's sword light. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. Your opponent is me. He naturally would not let these people touch Dark Red Shenhong because he knew that Dark Red Shenhong and Xiao Bai were probably going to rob the general's mansion. How could he let others destroy such a good thing? Damn it! Half of you go and kill those 2 demonic beasts. The rest of you, kill this kid here. Xian Feng stood in the void and roared crazily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 figures blocked Lin Xian. Among them, the man in white quickly waved his wind blades. Chapter 22-28. Crack, crack, crack. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and heavy rain poured down. A hole seemed to have been torn in the sky. Thunder and rain fell from the sky. It was abnormally terrifying. The power of thunder and lightning was all directed at Lin Xian. On the left, there was a burly man in yellow. He was 3 meters tall, and his muscles bulged like a dragon. His hands kept dancing in the air. Suddenly, Yellow mountains appeared in the sky. They were like Mount Tai, tens of thousands of feet tall. They quickly fell and instantly exploded the void, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. The person on the right was even more strange. It was a black-robed man with a red ghost mask on his face and a white soul-summoning banner in his hand. He waved it gently, and thousands of vengeful spirits roared, emitting a cold aura, wanting to tear Lin Xian apart. "You want to compete with me? Go to hell!" Lin Xian shouted coldly and roared at the sky. His black hair danced wildly. He was like a god of death. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand kept slashing out. The dragon sword domain on his body quickly cooperated. Boom! With a swing of the sword chi intertwined and turned into a black tortoise. It burned fiercely and instantly knocked away the 10,000 feet tall mountain. Not only that, the black tortoise slapped down. Terrifying black flames pierced through the void and directly smashed the burly man in yellow into ashes. Buzz! The sword moved horizontally, forming an icy wind in the sky. It spread out in all directions, and the terrifying power of ice froze the storm that filled the sky. With another swing of the sword, the terrifying sword light formed a dragon phoenix fire furnace. Black flames spread and burned all the vengeful spirits to death. In the face of the terrifying thunder above his head, Lin Xian's body swayed and directly rushed over. The dragon sword domain swayed beside him and turned into an azure dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it surged and roared. Boom! The azure dragon shadow was angry and tore all the thunder apart. Not only that, millions of sword lights flew out from Lin Xian's body and slashed in all directions. Puff! 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 The dozen or so experts in the surrounding screamed. They were hit by hundreds of thousands of sword chi and were directly cut into a bloody mist. Damn it, how can he be so strong? I don't believe it. Many people roared madly. However, at this moment, an old man walked out. He held a purple pagoda and said coldly, "Everyone, help me." The king, realm mighty figures of the general's mansion all turned around in shock. This was the demon's ceiling pagoda. Everyone exclaimed. Who would have thought that he would even take out such a treasure? The demon ceiling pagoda was an extremely terrifying treasure. Since it was able to seal experts, it contained terrifying Tao patterns. It was extremely terrifying. It was even rumored that it could seal peerless almighties. Now that he had taken it out, the people from the general's residence regained their confidence. Charge! Another dozen or so almighties quickly came to the old man's side. They kept waving their palms, sending streams of spiritual energy into the demon ceiling pagoda. Whoa! The demon ceiling pagoda shone with boundless light, and mysterious runes appeared on it. Whoosh! It shot out a purple ray of light, which instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a sense of danger and wanted to use the demigods and semi-devils. However, a terrifying power instantly sucked him into the demon ceiling pagoda. Boom! The demon ceiling pagoda rotated in the air and landed on the ground. The Tao patterns on it shone even brighter. Ha ha! Seeing the scene, the people from the general's residence finally laughed wildly. Their bodies were stained with blood, but at this moment, they were cheering. That was because they had finally captured the young demon king. As expected of the demon ceiling pagoda, a legendary treasure. It was indeed terrifying. Humph! I'll be able to completely refine that kid in less than half an hour. At that time, we'll seal that dragon. I want to extract their souls from their bodies. I'll burn them with endless flames. I'll let them suffer for thousands of years. I'll let them know what it means to live a life worse than death. These people looked ferocious. However, at this moment, A cold voice came from the demon ceiling pagoda. What demon ceiling pagoda? In my opinion, it's just a broken pagoda. Do you really think you can seal me? What? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. What was going on? How could this kid still speak? They were terrified because legend had it that after entering the demon ceiling pagoda, even peerless almighties would be sealed by a terrifying power. In the end, they would turn into a pool of blood. However, the other party could still speak, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. What was going on? Could it be that the energy in the demon ceiling pagoda was useless against this kid? Impossible! They were about to go crazy. This kid was too strange. The old man's face was even gloomier. He roared angrily, "Everyone, let's work together and quickly refine this kid." Okay. The dozen or so almighties nodded. They quickly activated their spiritual power and poured it into the demon ceiling pagoda. Immediately, terrifying Tao patterns flickered, and the demon ceiling pagoda shone brightly. It was like a peerless treasure that kept spinning. Boom. However, at this moment, the demon ceiling pagoda began to tremble violently, and a terrifying sound that sounded like thunder could be heard. The dozen or so almighties' faces turned pale. Damn it, what was going on? These almighties were terrified, while the old man's face was gloomy. Oh no, that kid is trying to break through. Hurry up and suppress him. Don't let him out. Hurry up. Everyone come over. Another 20 or so figures came over. Among them were a dozen or so kings, although they were quite weak. Although they were weak, they couldn't care less now. It was always good to be able to add a bit of strength. Immediately, the dozen or so kings joined forces and frantically poured their power into the demon ceiling pagoda, wanting to seal Lin Xian. However, at this moment, another earth-shattering sound was heard. This time, it was several times stronger than before. Boom. The shock waves caused the king realm experts to continuously retreat. Some of the kings even vomited blood. They were terrified. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Damn it. They gritted their teeth and prepared to use their powers again. Boom, boom, boom. Another earth-shattering explosion sounded in front of them. Following that, the incomparably terrifying demon ceiling pagoda exploded into pieces. And from inside, a figure rushed out. That person was Lin Xian. As soon as he appeared, he used the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword. The terrifying sword technique pierced through all directions. He killed all 30 or so almighties. Murderous intent surged from his body, and his eyes flickered with a golden light. He was like a god of death. Those who block me will die. Lin Xian held the ancient Dragon Abyss sword, and dragon-shaped sword chi surrounded his body as he strode forward. The demon ceiling pagoda was indeed powerful, but Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was even more terrifying. The moment he entered the demon ceiling pagoda, he directly sent out the great dragon sword soul. The power of the great dragon sword soul was incomparably terrifying. Coupled with the ancient Dragon Abyss sword, the power was absolutely shocking. Therefore, although the demon ceiling pagoda was powerful, it couldn't resist at all and was directly blown apart. That was why the previous scene happened. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.